right here, so I'm already.
Awesome. All right, just making sure it wasn't gonna dissolve. Awesome.
Okay. I think I hear your clock there, David.
Yeah, it's
I like that clock.
4:06 our time.
We have people logging in already. That's nice.
Dave, nice to see you on. Thanks for joining last minute. I'm thrilled you could be here too.
No problem. Happy to be here.
We ran into each other on an earlier webinar today.
Oh, yeah? That's kind of the sign of the times that you're running from webinar to webinar. You know?
Without ever leaving your chair.
Right. That's right. Yeah, we're going around the world without leaving our seats.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first one we've had since that all 24-hour marathon last December.
I know.
That was tougher than it seemed at the time.
Yeah, that was amazing. David was on. I mean, he did it from what 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, until late at night. You know, it was amazing. It was a lot of fun, but it was exhausting. It was.
It was really tiring, but it was good. I think.
It was good.
I think you said that we got something like 35,000.
It actually climbed up to over 40,000 views, and the reach was over 120,000 people.
Oh,
You're us feeling good about hitting 100. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I just put in the chat what I had for the lineup, just making sure it's something like that. We're not live yet, are we?
Now we're live.
Oh, hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello,
We're
Vivian.
doing a 10-minute countdown right now. So
Awesome.
they like to hear the behind the curtain banter, you know.
Fabulous. We have a lot of Daves and Davids with us tonight, so we'll have to keep everybody organized.
Oh yeah.
Pretty much organizing Davids is what I do with a lot of my life.
Is that what the Night Sky Network is all about?
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, we changed our mission.
That's right. There's a lot of celestial material in each David, you know, so these are made of star stuff, so.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Right.
So in your scientific opinion, how old is some of that? How new is some of that star stuff?
You know, I couldn't really tell you. It's being made all the time, you know, and being destroyed all the time, and maybe you know the answer.
Nope. I just know that I have a couple of meteorites in my hand, so if I chew on them, then it's pretty new star stuff.
It's mixed up. Yeah, that's right.
Fresh iron to the body.
Yeah. I love this group here. It's called Dogs and Cats of Space and Astronomy. So I just like envision all these dogs and cats. You know,
Is that what you're calling us?
And
yes, that's what he is.
Yeah, it's cool.
It goes along with the herding days.
First one is from Elise Stefanik. Dear David and Wendy, I'm writing to extend my best wishes for the upcoming Adirondack Astronomy Retreat. I understand that this is your 13th event and proceeds benefit the Twin Valleys campsite. I commend you for establishing this opportunity that allows participants to rediscover their interest and love of astronomy. That last sentence probably was hers. Your annual retreat has undoubtedly been an inspiration to countless others, and I look forward to this continuing tradition. I wish you the best of luck for a successful retreat in clear skies and ask that you please keep in touch. It was okay, but it was kind of wooden.
Or she just said, okay, here's basically what I want to say, and then they typed it out for her, and she said, that looks good.
Okay, now let me read this one. I have to find it. Oh, yeah. Dear Dr. Levy, this one is from Sandra Day O'Connor.
I have to stand back because somebody's farting there.
I'm not. Okay, here it goes. I have now had the privilege of reading your book, Starry Night. It is a treasure. I can't believe how you combined astronomy with literature, poetry, and some world-class photos. I will keep the book always and refer to it from time to time. It is truly fabulous. Thank you so much for sharing it with me. Sincerely, Sandra Day O'Connor. Now that's a letter. I mean, the letter from Stefanik is okay, but it's not.
Did you get the email that I sent to Joni Gallivan?
Not yet. I'm going to look at it later.
It's at David at W. Shakespeare.
Okay.
I just basically recapped what we did.
I was checking to see if my library had your book in it down here. Maybe I can get you virtually to sign it.
Yeah, that would be a trick.
Hey, everybody. Dave Prosper's joined us. He and
Hey,
I
Dave.
are the Night Sky
hi.
Network crew. He pretty much runs things, truly.
Sort of.
Dave's got a lot of
But he's
energy.
named Dave, so he probably does.
That's what I'm saying.
I just keep sticking pieces together. Generation Lego. Everyone else, it's really just everyone else makes the program. That's the real kicker. It's more than the sum of its parts.
I told him we just heard Dave's.
That's
I know,
what our
David.
community is about, you know? It's everybody that does all this stuff together.
Really true.
And I would say as far as a community of people, that amateur astronomers all over the world are pretty, you know, I mean, it's an amazing community of very, very helpful people, people that love the sky, and get each other, you know, they understand, you know, and so it's nice to have that, that commonality, you know.
Really true. I can't believe, I have to say, I was real busy over the holidays. And so I, on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, called up everyone I could think of and said, hey, could you join me on Thursday? And I can't tell you how happy I am that everyone showed up. That shows how the dedication that's around that. Everyone just said, yeah, of course. I think only one person had something else planned that night and couldn't make it tonight, but couldn't make it.
Well,
So.
That's
58
wonderful.
seconds, we're
that
all
we can
gonna go,
get
"Oops."
together.
And leave.
I know. It's great to get to be with all of you. Thank you
She's right
for the
here.
short notice.
She's right
I
here.
got
Tim.
her letter.
Wendy says hello.
Hi, guys. Hi, Terry.
Indeed.
I should say hi to everybody, but I'm excited that Terry's there too.
And there is Terry.
Terry Lappin, I'm assuming you mean, right?
Terry Lappin.
Hi, Wendy.
Oh, so this is good. I'll be listening from afar.
I just got off of another call, so I'm still getting reoriented. So hopefully I'm not too much of a space case.
We'll
Anyone
help each
joining
other
us from the-
along.
We're supposed to be
Right.
space cases.
That's a good point.
Right.
A high-energy outburst seen in April 2020 confirmed the surprising range of supermagnetized objects called magnetars. This blast of X-rays and gamma rays triggered instruments on several spacecraft. The eruption was over in the blink of an eye and originated from a galaxy about 11 million light-years away. Magnetars are part of the family of compact objects known as neutron stars, the crushed leftover cores of exploded stars. What makes magnetars special are their incredibly strong magnetic fields, up to 1,000 times stronger than a typical neutron star's. Sudden changes to this ultra-strong field are thought to drive brief, enormously powerful outbursts called giant flares. One giant flare in our own galaxy affected Earth's upper atmosphere from 28,000 light-years away. On April 15th, detectors on NASA's Fermi, Swift, Mars Odyssey, and WIND missions, as well as on the European Space Agency's Integral satellite, picked up a rapid surge of X-rays and gamma rays. Using the arrival times of the signal at different spacecraft, astronomers pinned the burst to NGC 253, a bright nearby galaxy. From start to finish, the event lasted just 140 milliseconds, as fast as a finger snap. Astronomers see gamma ray bursts, or GRBs, almost every day. We know that at least some of the shortest GRBs come from merging neutron stars, more than 100 million light-years away. The April blast initially looked similar to these events, but a GRB located in our own galactic neighborhood should have appeared much brighter. As astronomers explored this new burst in detail, they found it looked less like a short GRB, and more like a magnetar giant flare. Astronomers have recorded 2 such flares inside our own galaxy, and a third in a satellite galaxy. All of these bursts displayed a spiky tail as they faded out. The spikes form as the flare's hotspot spins in and out of view like a lighthouse beam. Current instruments can't detect this feature in flares located at great distances, but other characteristics, such as their extremely fast rise in brightness, are unmatched by short GRBs. This fueled astronomers' growing suspicions that short GRBs associated with galaxies in our neighborhood might really be magnetar giant flares. Now, the precise localization of the 2020 event to the disk of the Sculptor galaxy has unmasked them at last. Astronomers suspect that a few percent of observed short GRBs may in fact be giant flares, high-powered eruptions in our galactic backyard, produced by the strongest magnets in the cosmos.
Okay, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific, and I am here with many people here from the Night Sky Network or associated with the Night Sky Network. We have David Levy here to my right, Vivian White, who's one of the, or if not the administrator, one of the major administrators of the Night Sky Network. She is you're the director of free choice learning, is that right?
She's
You're changing your, it
looks
looks
like
your video's freeze framed here. So anyway, she'll come back. Skip Bird is here with us, Carol Holmberg, Terry Mann from the Astronomical League, Terry Lappin, David Warner, and Dave Prosper is here. We've also got Peter K. I'm not sure who Peter K. is exactly, but and then Jay Messeroff. So welcome everybody. It's great to have you all here. This is the 28th Global Star Party, and I'm so excited to do it with the Night Sky Network. Really honored. It's cool to see some new faces here, people I haven't met before, and to see some people that I've known for a long time. So very, very interesting. When Vivian logs back in, I'm not sure if she lost an internet connection or not, but
She just texted me. She'll be on in a second. Her computer just reset. She's
Just
so
reset.
she'll be on. Give her a minute.
Okay, well, that's cool. That's all right.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is I would like to introduce David Levy. David is a very, very good friend of mine, like a brother to me. He is an amazing astronomer, lecturer, author. He is someone that has had a vision that he has followed through his entire life, and often with difficulty. But I would say that the rewards of what he was able to yield by following his dreams, his passion, his drive, far exceeded any challenge that he might have had. And so it's great to have you here. I haven't seen you, David, since the Great Conjunction. So it's of which he went all out and was there for 5 events that we did that day. So David, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Scotty. And it's great to be back, the 28th Global Star Party. And it's good to see some new faces. Terry Mann, Terry Lappin in particular. It's good to see you guys, and hope that you'll be coming back again and again. I have 2 poetic quotes tonight, and the first one is just 4 lines long. And it's kind of commemorating the horrible, horrible weeks that we have had here in the United States in the last few days. And this is written by Walt Whitman. And those of you how many of you have seen the movie Lincoln? I think a lot of you have.
I have.
Yeah, a lot of you have. I've seen it twice. And there's a terrible, heartbreaking scene at the end where President Lincoln tours a battlefield and sees the remains of all the people lying on the battlefield. And Whitman managed to do this in 4 lines. And it goes like this: look down, fair moon, and bathe this scene. Pour softly down night's nimbus floods on faces ghastly, swollen purple, on the dead on their backs with arms tossed wide. Pour down your unstinted nimbus, sacred moon. It's actually a beautiful, beautiful thought, a beautiful expression. The other poem is very different. We're getting us back into astronomy, and it's called When I Heard the Learned Astronomer. And this is a poem that I've known since high school days, and I think most of you know it. You're welcome to read it along with me, as I do. But when I give a lecture, I often think of me as the astronomer and you as the audience that goes running off into the night screaming, and you just might. But anyway, this is When I Heard the Learned Astronomer by Walt Whitman, written around 1868. When I heard the learned astronomer, when the proofs, the figures were ranged in columns before me, when I was shown the charts and diagrams to add, divide, and measure them, when I sitting heard the astronomer where he lectured with much applause in the lecture room, how soon unaccountable I became tired and sick. Till rising and gliding out, I wandered off by myself in the mystical moist night air, and from time to time looked up in perfect silence at the stars. Now back to you, Scotty.
Oh, that's beautiful. You know, the way that you read those poems, David, it just really, it kind of permeates everything, you know, and I love that. Because as an amateur astronomer, you know, all of us that love the night sky and really been touched by the night sky, you know, we get those words, you know, and so it's important to hear them like that.
It is important. Thanks, Scotty. I also admit that I've never taken a course in astronomy in my life. I got my 3 degrees, my bachelor's degree from Acadia, my master's from Queen's, my PhD from the Hebrew University, all of those in English literature. And the most thing that I'm using that degree for right now, the final degree, is on these star parties. And I'm able to choose an astronomical quote each time and try to make it different, and hoping that they will inspire our many watchers to go out under the night sky and look up in perfect silence at the stars.
They are and they do, David. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see if, and we do got Vivian's back. So let's, Vivian, I'm looking at your schedule, and I'm going to let you take it from here. But I did want to mention some about Vivian. She is someone that is just, along with Dave Prosper, I mean, both of these people are an amazing duo in educational outreach and astronomy. And they both have been involved in it for many years, tirelessly. I mean, effusing their passion and making it fun and magical, and so everywhere that they go, everybody gets that. That's kind of what they carry with them. I don't think they know that, okay, but this is true. Vivian has been, I think, with the ASP, working with the ASP and Night Sky Network for maybe 15 years or plus, maybe.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you work with museums, you create and share all kinds of ways to explain educational outreach. Dave does the same. Dave can do it on his arm. I mean, he pulls back his sleeve and he's got tattoos that have astronomical things here. He's pulling it back right now. So, I mean, anybody that's really in love with educational outreach and astronomy, if it's got to be anyone, it's Dave, because his body's permanently done up this way. So it's very, very cool. It's very cool.
It's my job application.
That's
Literally.
Your resume,
Hired on the
just, like,
spot.
showed that. That is so cool. So I'm going to let Vivian talk a little bit about the Night Sky Network, Dave and Vivian, and why don't you give us what Night Sky Network's all about, and then maybe after that it would be a good time to switch to maybe the Astronomical League, give some door prizes, and then we'll get the whole program underway. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Scott, for having us join you tonight. I am really thrilled to be here and
It's
co-hosting.
awesome. I love it.
It's awesome. It's like Old Friends Week. I get to see all of you. We've been in the house for many months now, and it feels like a social hour. I'm so glad I get to hang out with the people I really enjoy hanging out with. So thanks for showing up. Dave and I work at the Astronomical Society of the Pacific in San Francisco. Well, we don't. Neither of us are in San Francisco now, but we're working remotely. That's where our headquarters are. And been there for many years. And we together work on the NASA Night Sky Network, which is a coalition of more than 400 now astronomy clubs across the country who are dedicated to doing public outreach and engagement in their communities. So many of you might be members. Many of the people here tonight are definitely members, but maybe even some of you watching from out in YouTube land, welcome. And really, we just are, as I was saying, herding Daves or herding cats. It's the clubs that do this amazing outreach. So we're just here to support them in lots of different ways. And Dave, you want to introduce yourself and say hello?
Oh, yeah. Hi. Yeah, I've been working about at the ASP for exactly half the time Vivian has. I was there.
Yeah.
I'm almost going on 8 years, actually, so currently 7.5. Got my start basically because I would wake up late having to do tech work for executives who were very demanding, and that led to me loving the night sky because I could chill out and look at, oh, that bright star moved over there, but the other stars are the same. Very calming when someone's mad about their email at 2 a.m. But yeah, and I end up working at volunteering at the Chabot Space and Science Center in the East Bay Astronomical Society and set up some talks for them and stuff. And then gradually from there ended up at the Night Sky Network and the ASP around 2013. And I can always remember it because it was the year after the Venus transit in 2012.
Yeah.
So I can always place it there. And yeah, so we've been working the Night Sky Network for quite a bit of time, and it's been a very fun job. Been great getting to know tons of people, and it's funny because like, oh yeah, Scott, Vivian, now like, yeah, we want to chat with David Levy, who is one of the people who had a comet named after him. That was one of the things that got me into astronomy when I was a kid. So, which is always a thrill. And that's also very funny because yeah, I'm a little more remote, I suppose, from the office in Vivian tonight. I'm from also from northern New York, actually about an hour north of where Mr. Levy is from the Adirondack Public Observatory. So I'm used to having to explain I'm not in New York City, the state. So it's very nice, and nice dark skies up here too. Not quite as dark as at the Adirondacks, but it's great. So that's enough for me.
That is fantastic. We both come from the amateur astronomy world. I was part of the San Francisco Amateur Astronomers many, many years ago before children. But we have a lot of different topics to cover tonight. So I want to let everybody know what we're going to kind of go over the first hour. We're just going to talk about the Night Sky Network and get a lot of our amazing members to come and give some cool demos on activities that we have created through the network, with the network. And then the second hour, that's 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern. We're going to talk about the Big Astronomy Project. And that is one of our latest projects at the Night Sky Network, where we partnered with planetarians. And it's a really cool project that came up with some fun activities. So we'll do some of those. After that, at 7, we've got the Girl Scouts coming on. I can't believe they made it up so late. But I'm really thrilled to have a lot of our Girl Scout Reach for the Stars team coming on to talk about what we are doing with Girl Scouts and amateur astronomy clubs. A lot of fun stuff. And then the last hour, we have more just fun outreach tips and activities. So there'll be a lot of outreach and engagement tonight. And you may learn some new astronomy if you're new at this, or you may learn some new outreach techniques if you've been doing this for decades. So I'm really looking forward to getting to talk with you all tonight.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, that's great. I think that probably we should go ahead and switch over to Terry Mann. And Terry, you all set?
Yep, I'm all set. Let me.
All set.
All set.
Terry
Well,
Mann is the secretary of the Astronomical League, but she is also a two-time former president of the Astronomical League. She bleeds the Astronomical League's blue colors, I think, and she's got a blue shirt on right now, which is Astronomical League blue, I think, as well. And she is fantastic in all that she does, and we're happy to have you on, Terry.
well, thank you very much, Scott. And I'm glad to be here. It's great to see all the people in the Night Sky Network, too. Before we start the door prizes, I'm going to go ahead, and we always put up this warning, just in case you're ever looking at the sun, to be very careful. Always make sure everything is filtered. Never look directly at the sun. So what I want to do is give the answers clear back from the Great Conjunction Night. On December 21st, 3 questions were asked, and I'll give the answers for those and the winners. So the first question was, what spacecraft first discovered the rings of the planet Jupiter, and in what year? The answer was Jupiter's rings were discovered in 1979 by the passing Voyager spacecraft. And the winner is Andrew Peters. The next question was, how did Saturn get its name? The answer was Saturn was named for the Roman god of agriculture and wealth, who was also the father of Jupiter. And our winner is Andrew Corkill.
Oh, wow, great.
The last question is, where is the tallest mountain volcano, Olympus Mons, found in our solar system? Answer is Mars. And the winner is Book Davies.
Book Davies, all right. Book.
All right.
Great.
So 3 questions for this global star party.
Right. Now the rules is that you will send in your answers for these Astronomical League questions. You'll send them to explorealliance@explorescientific.com. And being that we are simulcasting and that some people are seeing the simulcast before others, the way that we do this is all the answers that are pulled into for each email or for each question, we gather them together, and at random we pull the winner from the correct answers. And so and that levels the playing field a little bit. But I guess with a drum roll, and I don't have a drum roll, but let's go ahead and get started here.
Okay. If we could travel back in time to see another Jupiter and Saturn grand conjunction, on what date would we be able to see a closer alignment between the planets? Next question is, what well-known galaxy can be found near the star Alcad?
Okay.
And in December, the Hubble Space Telescope discovered this nebula was fading. What is the name of the nebula?
December of this year, right?
December of last year.
Not this year yet. We're not.
Oh, yeah, no. Let's don't rush it by. And that's it.
Oh, that's great.
So thank
Wonderful.
you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Terry. Thank you.
Sure.
And thanks to the Astronomical League for joining us tonight.
Sure, glad
I'll turn
to.
it right back over to Vivian.
All right. Terry, thank you. You were the president of the Astronomical League when I joined, and I have always looked up to you. I'm so glad that you're here.
Well, thank you very much. I remember all of you very well, too. It's been a long time since I've seen everybody.
It's been a long time since I've seen anyone.
Definitely. Hopefully that'll change this year.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Me too. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. The Astronomical League and the Night Sky Network work hand in hand, and we've been working on different projects over the years, trying to get public outreach to be part of astronomy club culture. I think it's been really quite successful in a lot of ways. I'm excited. You guys give great outreach awards. And
thank you.
I love that. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So we have a lot of really cool people on tonight already. And I know Dave was going to give a little introduction to the Night Sky Network. He has some good slides to share just to tell you a little bit about who we are. You want to do that now, David?
Sounds good. Okay.
Awesome. Great.
All right. Let me crank this up here. All right. Oh, and then we gotta do our classic. Oh, it's been a minute. Slideshow from beginning. Okay. So, welcome. Yep, the Night Sky Network is a program that we've had for quite some time now, over 15 years, since 2004. We're gonna have a few member pictures throughout this presentation, and you might see this one here is actually, I think it was taken by Linda Prince from the Amateur Observers of New York, one of their events. And so, yeah, I think Vivian mentioned earlier, we have over 400 clubs in the US, and we're US only at the moment, all about astronomy outreach. And as of today, we've had over 57,000 events recorded and 6.3 million people reached by members eager to show folks the stars in the sky. And along with NASA Science, which is the other important factor here. And member clubs receive space science outreach materials, which we call Toolkits. And our thing is, we just love helping clubs with their outreach. It's so much fun. I mean, many of you here, you're probably here. That's why you're here. You love it. Or maybe someone showed you their view through their telescope, and now you do the same.
Right.
Or perhaps you would like to do that soon, or within hopefully the next year or so. But yeah, as you all know, there are many issues that can potentially affect outreach. When we're in San Francisco, of course, fog is a major factor. You can't really look at anything other than fog or a nearby street sign, and when it rolls in. Storms, always a random factor. You might see them coming, you might not. The severity and length may differ. Of course, now I moved from SF to the Northeast, and I've got snow again, which is a fun thing to deal with. And yeah, these can all affect your scheduled events, and who knows what else can happen. many things can happen, as we've learned in the past year. Well, so what do? You've been scheduled to do something. You want to do an event for school. Like, they still want you to come even though it's raining or whatever. It's the middle of the day and there's nothing on the sun, etc., etc. Well, that's why we made the outreach toolkits. And we have many topics that we cover with them, with all kinds of different sorts of activities and materials to kind of try to fit different folks' styles of outreach and engagement. We're fairly loosey-goosey. There's no one way to do outreach. We try to give you a bunch of tools that you can use and adapt for your own purposes.
That picture was from Jay, who's here with us tonight. So hi, Jay.
Oh, yeah. A lot of folks are going to see their pictures tonight, which is great.
Yeah, that was a great picture. Thank you.
Hey, look at that. The first thing up, and we're going to hear more about this later, is we have a new kit called the Big Astronomy Toolkit, all about the science and the people behind the science and how they get that to you from those giant observatories, especially the ones located in Chile, but really around the world, any high, clear mountaintop area. Yep, this is a little shot of a few of the materials there. We've got a lot of different stuff. There's stuff about the spectrum. There's stuff about actual light trespass and light pollution, which we're very eager to finally have some stuff in there for folks. Of course, stuff about careers, different sorts of things you can do, like the constellation activities, make your own constellations as well. Kind of like a grab bag of fun, goodies talking about the sky and big science and stuff. One big one that people might like, especially if you got some inclement weather that pops in and out, we have the Milky Way umbrella, which is an adaptation of an earlier tool that we had, but which was formerly about the size of a CD, which some people might not know what those are anymore. So, yeah, part of our toolkit, we have to keep adapting and changing our kits. And yeah, this was a very welcome one and very fun to use.
I think we're going to hear about that one in the next hour. So.
Oh yeah,
great.
we've had a few others. Last year we did, or 2 years ago now, we did the Apollo at 11 Moon Toolkit, which had a bunch of materials relating to the moon, lunar exploration, manned spaceflight, or
crude space
flight, crude, and
CRUDE.
yeah. And we have had a bunch of moon phases, legends of the moon around the world, and one thing that really popped out for folks, people love the tactile sheets that you can see a little bit of here, where they were braille and braille based, and you could actually touch the moon and touch other fun stuff. There's a crater as well. Other toolkits include the Life in the Universe toolkit, always a fun one, especially because you always get questions about the aliens. Well, here's a way you can discuss the aliens, whether or not you believe they're out there. Here's some issues with astrobiology and watery worlds around the solar system and development of life on Earth. And of course, my favorite is the little cards. They're a lot of fun. You can see those along the bottom with this watery worlds. The big banner we have here, I'll talk about the banners more in a second. You can flip that around, and because we don't like wasting any space or any opportunities, so you can flip it around, and there's an Earth timeline with the old, if you remember on the Cosmos, you stretch your arms out and you measure the timeline of the Earth, and then you find that you can file your nail off, and there goes human civilization. It's always a fun demo. Another one is our Galaxy, Our Universe. We discuss basically it's like the cosmology toolkit. A lot of stuff about galaxies, where our solar system is. It's also the #1 search thing on the Night Sky Network, even more so than reporting on UFOs, which we get a lot of, especially when Starlink launches. But the difference between solar system, galaxy, and universe, it's apparently researched quite a bit on the internet, and apparently our site's one of the #1 resources, which is great. It's from this kit. And we also talk about the populations of stars in the galaxy and a few other fun details. Shadows and Silhouettes is probably the quiet champ of all of the toolkits. It contains probably the most used, most urgently used one, which is the Yardstick Eclipse demo, where you can demonstrate how lunar and solar eclipses work. This was originally made, the kit was actually originally made to showcase the Kepler mission and detecting planets as they transit across different stars and detecting the light difference thereof. But of course, we added in eclipses because those are also a transit of a sort. And it has been used quite a bit ever since for many other events, which is great. And the old standard of the Exploring the Solar System toolkit, where you have your fun models of the solar system you can help craft and make yourself, which also, as I found, makes a very fun daytime activity for kids at a table. At the Rocky Mountain Star Stare, that was a very fun event, and we had a lot of time customizing all the planets. They also can do a solar system walk with the planets. So yes, the planets are to scale, and you can even make them to scale distance-wise with a poster of the sun, which is on the other side of that Exploring the Solar System map you see on the side of that truck there, which pointing to that banner is Marnie Berenson. If you're watching, hi Marnie. She helped really kickstart a ton of the Night Sky Network, and we're all very grateful for all the hard work she's done. She's great.
She's the godmother of the Night Sky Network. This was her idea originally, so we're greatly indebted to her.
Oh yeah. And I always throw this in because I like to point out that when we make the toolkit, everyone at the ASP pitches in, even our executive. That's Linda there.
Awesome.
She took some time out to help package some stuff this is from the Apollo toolkit, or the Moon toolkit. And you can also see other folks that you may or may not know. If you've done some of the Girl Scouts workshops, Teresa is right there. Pablo, if you ever called the ASP or set up a meeting, there's Pablo. And in the corner is Vivian there as well, making sure everyone's putting everything in the right spots. Yes, and banners. People love the banners. They're great. And I like to also mention that they're vinyl, waterproof. They're amazing. The only problem is that they can kind of catch a little bit on some wind. But if you have a sturdy banner holder, that can help. Or you've got a good technique you put on the side of your car or something else. Geraldine Ramirez from the Kansas Astronomical Observers actually sent in these pictures and diagrams of them of how to make them yourself, which is a fun extra DIY activity. Also, I just want to add, before we had the umbrella, you could use these in a pinch to cover yourself from rain. They're vinyl, so it's okay. And we also do a Night Sky Notes and a monthly stargazing newsletter. We try to kind of merge some stargazing info with the latest in NASA science. And it's always kind of interesting trying to get both things working together without kind of overstepping what some other folks have already written about. Everyone wants, next month is the Mars landing, and I'm writing that right now, and I'm trying to make a unique take on it. So we'll see what we can do.
And those can be edited, and you can put them in your newsletter if you'd like. So that's to share and use as you will, with mostly new images, although some of them are from NASA also.
Yep, we actually picked this up formerly the NASA Space Place newsletter. And yeah, so you're free to use these in your own newsletters or distribute on the web as is. And yeah, if you need to change them up, you totally can. That's fine. Just don't change something to be a wrong thing and then blame me if you make some creative edits. But if I did make a mistake, please feel free to change it and don't yell at me. No. And but of course, especially did not realize how big this would be this year, but we have a ton of pre-made presentations which work great for Zoom or other things. These are originally for if you were going to go into a classroom and do a presentation, or outside of a some sort of thing at night or whatever as you're getting ready to set up. Yeah, great for online. We have a ton of topics. You can, and I forgot to mention that I have short links to all of these in the corners of these slides, and you can of course find all of these on the Night Sky Network website at nightsky.jpl.nasa.gov, and there'll be more in a second. We also have some handouts, which you can also just distribute virtually. They're all printable. You can also read them on a tablet, which I've started to take to recently. Also about a lot of different things, though. Funny enough, I found myself printing out a couple of these now and again just for my own use, because I find that in the corner there is a what can you find in the triangle. I find that a very nice refresher every late spring when things kick up nicely. We also have webinars every month. In a couple of weeks, we actually will be joined by Kelly Beatty from Sky and Telescope, who will be discussing light pollution and what you can do about it. And last month, we actually had a great webinar about Astronomy Picture of the Day. It's our annual December chill out time, which is wonderful. And we've had some other great guests and topics before. We often have a NASA scientist on to discuss the latest missions. We discussed last year was like OSIRIS-REx, a ton of others. We're hoping to get a lot more fun folks lined up this year. Our schedule is not finalized, but we are hoping to have it finalized soon. Of course, try getting folks after vacation and during AAAS. So schedule pending, probably sometime next week or the week after. And we have outreach award pins. We award every year as well. So we try to change them up every year. And the latest was the latest change up also involved changing the date slightly or keeping the date. So we now have a 2020B pin. So for folks that have done, because we formally were awarding these, we award these for outreach done the year before. And due to some stuff that happened before, long story short, we changed the date slightly. It's all good. But to avoid confusion, this year has 2020B. Like when
Some people
coins
have
are
all
reissued.
15 years of pins, which is really amazing to see.
Yeah, there's a new design every year. I
beautiful.
don't think I included them in this one, but pardon?
That's okay. We should probably wrap up soon so that we have chance. Yeah, but keep going. Oh, you
There they
did.
are.
Excellent.
I did put
yeah.
them in.
Great.
Okay. Yep. And and just we have a few new items where we added stuff to help you with doing outreach events in the age of COVID, including some for if you want to do something like in real life. Some safety precautions and things you can do that might not involve hanging out with people, like sidewalk chalk. Some virtual events, tips on how you can do your own virtual event like this. And I think we're going to see Skip in that setting very shortly, which will be
it's
lovely.
Kind of a deja vu looking at it.
Wow.
It's actually a live feed. No. Embedded in PowerPoint.
Freeze
somehow.
framed. Yeah.
And and that's just, you go to the website, all the stuff I just discussed, it's all there, free to download and check out. And I believe, short links if you want. We can pause the video here, check them out, or just go to the site. And that's it. Thank you all so much. You have all of our all of our social medias at Night Sky Network, except if you're on YouTube, where it is NASA Night Sky Network. And thank you.
We're based in the US and the clubs are in the US. All of the resources are freely downloadable by anybody online. So feel free to use those at any point.
And you can change them up and share them as you see fit, translate them. If you've done a great translation, please send them our way. And we'd love to add them to our list. We have some folks in Brazil that translate a lot of stuff in Portuguese. And some folks, we have a few Spanish language materials too, but we're always looking to increase them.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Thanks, Dave. Yay. So that's it. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to stick them in the comments or chat or wherever you happen to be, and we're happy to answer those for you. We have some really amazing presenters tonight, and I don't, Scott, did you have anything you wanted to talk about before we do some activities?
No, I'm feeling that that this is rolling along quite nicely, and so let's just keep going. So.
All right. Terry, are you here? You're here. Excellent. All right. I will give you the floor. Thank you so much, Dave, for giving a really perfect overview. And Terry, knock it out of the park. We're glad to have you and Skip Bird with us tonight. And you're going to share some astronomy outreach that you do with your club.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm with the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association, and we've been a member of the Night Sky Network since it first started. And in fact, I was a little annoyed when they first did the research project to develop it, because it was limited to California clubs. And of course, we're in Arizona. But I was so glad once it was, off to a good start. And so I told our club, we've got to do this. So here we are doing it still. What of course this year has forced us to do is virtual outreach. And so I want to just show you what the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association website has for virtual activities. And some of them are Night Sky Network projects and some of them are not, but I will just show you what I have. So let's see if can everybody see the website?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we added this page just because of this year. We didn't have it before, like in March, we didn't have it. But we've got Facebook and YouTube links, and we do a virtual star party every quarter. And our star parties are recorded so you can watch them later. And we've decided that even after we get back to normal observing, that we want to continue a quarterly newsletter, virtual star party.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got several different projects, as you can see on here. This moon faces is the one that I'm going to show you in just a little bit. Some of these are word searches. These came from Larry Lebowski, who's done the work with the Girl Scouts. And so if you clicked on one of these, you'd see the Girl Scout emblem. But he gave us permission to put them on our website. And of course, we also have the answer keys. And down at the bottom is our links to the different virtual star parties that we did. So let me go back up here to the moon phases. What we did was back in, I think it was June, on a Saturday afternoon, we decided to do a virtual presentation on both Facebook and through YouTube. It's a recording on YouTube, obviously. And it was intended for kids. And so this is from the Moon Toolkit from the Night Sky Network. And so the kids can download this through our website, and they can create their own faces in the moon and tell a story about what they see in the moon. And so that was the main physical activity that the kids were doing. And then this is, I'll click on this and just show part of this video of one of our members, Jim Knoll, doing the activity with the kids online. And hopefully this comes through okay.
All right, welcome everyone to the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association Virtual Moon Exploration. So let's go ahead and get started. So here's the familiar face of the moon that we see. You can see probably three prominent features here. I'm just going to move my cursor around so you'll see kind of a little arrow. But here's some dark areas. We call these Marias, which is Latin for seas. So we have lots of dark areas around here. They're kind of lower elevation, and I'll talk to you in just a minute about how they formed. We also have some of the higher elevations. These are called the lunar highlands, and so this is slightly elevated. And then as you can see, as you look around the moon, you see lots and lots of craters. Some bright ones, some big ones, small ones, because both the moon and the Earth and all the planets, especially the inner planets, went through a lot of asteroid impacts in their early formation. So those are kind of the main features that you see. We're going to do a little drawing now. All right, so let's start with the lunar poodle. So if you want to draw along, that's fine. If not, just follow me along. Let's see if this is, yeah, it's still pretty big. That's right. So we're going to follow along here. We're going to draw around this Maria down here. This is one of the legs of the poodle. Come back up here. And come back down here. Got a little close there. Come back up here. And then this is a little fluff ball tail. So it's kind of like a groomed poodle. So here's the face, or the head, the body, and the legs, and the tail back here. So we call that the lunar poodle. That's one of them. All right, the other one we're going to do is the man on the moon. So we're going to start over here, and we're going to just kind of do a circle around this large mare. And we're going to come over here and do one through the middle of the poodle. But you can guess those are probably the eyes. Down here, around this dark area, and down around here, and back up here. And that would be the nose. And down here, Kind of go around these guys, and that would be the mouth. So it's not quite as prominent as the poodle is, but that's considered the face of the man in the moon. Got two bright eyes, the nose, and the mouth. All right, and then the last one we're going to do is the lady in the moon. So we're going to start up here, kind of go around here and down around here, back up and around here. All right, this one I'm going to draw entirely, and then we'll see if you can maybe take a guess at kind of what's what on here. I'm going down this way, kind of down in here, back and around here, down here, on this edge, and down here. So this is kind of a profile shot. So yeah, this is the hair going here. You've got the brow and the nose sticking out here, and the mouth, and put maybe like that. Chin, come on down here. And so that's called the lady on the moon. Now, again, not quite as prominent as the man on the moon.
So that's part of what we did, and it actually went about an hour. We talked about sky lore, Native American sky lore about the moon and the sun, and then we also talked about the evolution, how the moon was created, impact theories and such. And so it was geared towards older kids, but we are hoping to do some more with younger kids. So we'll see how it goes. I think that's all I was going to show. And so I will stop the sharing here.
Terry, that's so great. I was going to share these. I love how he interpreted that. The thing with the activities is everyone gets to do whatever they want with them, right? We all get to take them and make them our own, like teachers do.
Right.
I think some of these came from, I'm just going to share this screen. There's one of the activities that we have. Oh, it's not going to want me to do that. Anyway, it's called Moon Myths from Around the World. And it was part of the Moon Toolkit, but you can find it if you search for Moon Myths from Around the World. And it has lots of different traditional stories that people tell from different places, what they see in the moon. And there's also really cool audio versions of different stories about the moon from, I think it's LPSC, the Lunar Planetary. Oh, am I going to get that one wrong? But anyway, they're great audio.
LPI, Lunar Planetary.
Is it from LPI?
I think it is.
Oh, okay, great. Good. I'm glad I didn't go there. Thank you, Larry. Welcome. LPI put out some great audio stories of people telling their own stories from their own culture. So it's lovely. Terry, I love that he put those all together and drew them out. And then you can print these out or do them even online, have everyone draw their own interpretation and tell stories.
Yeah, maybe we can add links to these stories on our website so people can go. Yeah, good idea. Thanks.
It's great.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us for this. This is great. And I know it's getting towards the end of the hour, but I do not want to miss Skip's amazing comet making.
Oh yeah.
I want to introduce Skip Bird, who is also one of our outreach gurus, and he has been doing this for as long as I've known him, probably longer than I've known him. And this is from the Space Rocks Toolkit. I mean, it's been around for a long time, but it's also included his hat, I think, and there used to be an apron that comes with it. It says Comet Chef on it. And the apron has the whole, oh yeah, it's got the, oh, nice. When you're working with, yeah, excellent. So this was from a toolkit from a while ago, but the activity is really available online. So Skip, I'm going to let you take it away. We have probably just about 10 minutes left before we need to take a break. So it's all you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right. Hi, I'm Skip Bird. You saw me in one of the earlier pictures. right here. All right. So you saw the picture. I'm done. Thank you. Is that fast enough? Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Yes.
Now, what I do, well, Westminster Astronomy Club, from the shirt and from the thing here, you can see we're a member of the Night Sky Network. We've been here since 2004 or something like that. Actually, when Vivian started out, she was only 12. Okay. So 15 years later, she's still doing good there. Okay. We take the outreach toolkits. We do them all, as you know. We do a bunch of them. And I have a bunch of people, or we have a bunch of people that are doing them, but the favorite one of everybody is what I call it Chicken Little Was Right. Little chicken there, okay? The sky is falling. And David knows this because he's the one that told everybody and they all believed him, okay? That the sky is falling. And so we do a program about comets, meteor showers, meteorites, meteor wrongs. All right, I got 2 of each. So we do a bunch of different ones there. And we actually, one of the things we do, as you saw from my bio or whatever, is that we actually give away a meteorite at most of our programs.
Very cool.
I want to thank Dave from Starstones, who gave me I don't know, probably I'd say about, not a kilogram, but close, in crumbled meteorites. Most of them from Canyon Diablo in Arizona. But he got a whole bunch of them. He gave them to me. He said, give them away. So every time we do a program, somebody wins a meteorite. Some of them are really, really, really small. Some of them are as big as an M&M. Oops, sorry, I ate it. All right. So real quick, it's a fun thing to do. Now, we've modified it a couple of times. If you notice the glowing water in front of me here, the green, okay? We found, a while back, I noticed that, comets look green when they're in the sky. Or when you take pictures and stuff. And I'm going, how can we do that here on the planet Earth? And I'm also a science teacher. So I said, hey, guess what? If I take yellow highlighters, soak them in water, shine an ultraviolet light on them, they glow green.
Wow.
Okay. They glow green. So now, whenever I do my programs, now I don't have anybody turn out the lights for you. So you're just going to have to bear with me. But whenever I turn out whenever I'm doing a program, and by the way, you can't see this says dihydrogen monoxide, one of the deadliest chemicals known to man. Be careful with it. Don't get it on you. It'll destroy it. It destroys entire continents. Nothing can withstand it, right? And I'll let y'all figure out what dihydrogen monoxide is later. But when we're doing it, I mix it all up. And of course, I make it entertaining. It's 45 minutes long, or longer or shorter. We do a bunch for programs and stuff, and you can get it down to 15, 20 minutes if you talk fast. But when we're all done, I'm just going to put a little bit in here to try and change it. But when we're all done, we end up with this thing called a dirty snowball. All right. I'm going to have to show it here. I'm going to have to bring it in closer to you. All right. So I'm going to bring it in there. That's my dirty snowball. All right, that's a comet. Notice what happens when I shine it with a UV flashlight. It turns green, okay? Right, just like the water does. And so comets fluoresce, and then there's little rocks in there. You can see the little rocks in there too. That's all where meteors, that's where our meteor showers come from. This isn't going to take very long, but I do all of that. I have 5 comets, or 5 things we put in a comet. Now, I try and engage the kids because of being a science teacher, you got to engage kids to do things. So I do things by telling them that everybody that does anything with science, astronomy, biology, physics, accounting, nursing, carpentry, they all do it by observing. So one of the things I tell them is, look, we got, there's hundreds of thousands of chemicals in a comet, but we're only going to put in 5. 5. Y'all got that? 5? How many fingers do you see? 7. Wait, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, whose turn is it? Your turn? It's your turn. I know you're excited the kids are here, but it's not your turn. Wait. All right. There you go. So we do that, and they get prizes if they catch me making a mistake. Because my dad always said that, you can talk to yourself, just never lose the argument. So I never had that problem because I always listen to the voices in my head. Oops, sorry. Did I say that out loud? Sorry about that. So we end up with a comet. We got rocks, which there's only 5 ingredients in here. We got rocks,
Okay.
Rocks. No, not dirt, but rocks. I use recycled asphalt because it's black. We have ammonia. Now you can't see this as well, but this ammonia jug, the label's on it upside down. Okay. So if I turn it up, now you can read it. Now it says ammonia. I walked in the store one day, ran out of ammonia. I walk up, there's a whole wall of ammonia, and there's this one there, and it's upside down. I said, oh, I got to have it. Thank you. Thank you. He wanted me to have that. Okay. I have my polyaromatic hydrocarbons. All right. I dyed them blue. They used to be this really sick green, made me sick every time I tasted them. But they're polyaromatic hydrocarbons found in everything, alive, dead, giants in space. And I run through a little thing about getting lucky and finding some mouse traps, run it through a mouse blender or a blender, run it through a coffee filter, and get rid of the mouse brains, and I end up with polyaromatic hydrocarbons. And then I have a hammer. Wait, a hammer. What's the hammer for? Oh, the hammer is to go with the glove, because the aliens are not so good with their light pollution, or they're actually throwing stuff away too. But the hammers remind me to crush up the frozen carbon dioxide, which turns into this. Okay. All right, one more thing here. So again, anything that bubbles, smokes, and hisses, the kids are going to love. And then I bring out my friend Thing, and he waves to the crowd. Oh, there he goes. Okay. So you can do all of that stuff. So there's Thing. We do all of this. So we try and make it as interacting as possible. I even do this at work. So, and I work for Home Depot. So that's kind of weird. And then the last thing is the dihydrogen monoxide, which you can see is very deadly. And we talk about that, what you can do with it. And we make our own little volcano here for your science project. So we do all this. I want to thank the Night Sky Network, Vivian especially, and Marnie. I've known Marnie since day one. She said she's the godmother of everything. I want to thank everybody for that, because she's done such a great job for that, I don't know where I'd be without it. All right, sorry, I just.
If you might be, they might have put you away by now if you didn't have the science aspect. I love.
Yeah.
He's so
We're not
happy.
going to go there because there are kids on this program.
You're fabulous, Skip. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, I use every single one of their outreach toolkits. I was in with some beta testing, and I like the beta test versions better than some of the ones that came out. Sorry about that. But I also do one with glow in the dark. We call it glow in the dark constellations with hangers and plastic wrap.
Awesome.
So, again, I want to thank you for that and let me be a part of this.
Thanks so much for joining us, Skip. You made my night. Thank you.
That was fun. Yes.
Yeah. I should say it. So we test all of the activities that we do really thoroughly. We have rounds and rounds of testing before we get out to the amateur astronomers, and it's true. Some of the best activities never make it to the end, and it breaks my heart. But I love, it's the ones that work for most of the people. Skip and I have a little bit more enthusiasm than most, so some of them don't make it all the way to the end. Thank you so much, Skip. Thank you, Terry. Thanks for Dave for giving the overview. Scott, do you want to take a quick break and then come back and
do a
do big
10-minute
astronomy?
break, give people a chance to get a sandwich or something to drink, and so we will be right back.
Thank you all so much for joining us. Skip and Terry, thank you so much. That was the most fun I've had on Zoom in a long time.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Really good. I wish I could carry you around in my pocket.
A lily pudding, huh?
Yeah. Aw. Renee, thank you for joining us on here too. Hello.
Hi, Viv. No problem.
Just so you know that we can be heard on the stream,
Okay. Hi, everybody.
but it's extra fun.
Yeah, good to know.
So I shouldn't tell you that about that then. About what you're saying.
So anyway, the secret place where the UFOs stuff is at NASA
No,
is located in.
Dave.
Uh-oh. No.
Wait, no, that's Perry. That's the Piscataway Astronomical Research Institute down there in Nashville, North Carolina. That's where they're hidden.
Ooh.
Y'all.
It's an ex-DOD site, so. Oh, as long as they're listening to us. Remember that thing we talked about last night that you said you had a few extra ones that are cylindrical, as in they go from January till next February, that you got from a certain unnamed
Calendars.
group. There you go.
Yeah.
If you want to send me some more of those, I can use them.
I will do what I can.
Thank
You know it. As soon as I can get back into the office. I haven't been in the office in months.
Was your young one, I hear.
Man, they just want to eat like dinner every night.
Mine's 19-year-old. He doesn't even stop for dinner.
Once you
I know,
start
right?
eating, it's a bad thing. So
Yeah, I know.
you can't stop. You think about it all the time.
So true.
The closest I got to understanding what my mom went through, and me and my friends would hang out for the weekend at our house and empty out all of the food, was when a friend of mine who came back from like the Marines hung out at my house for like one night, and I told him, "Oh, you can just have whatever. I wake up late," and he's like, "Oh, thanks." And then I woke up late, and all of my food was gone.
All of it.
And he was like, "Thank you so much. Where are we going for lunch?" Like, what?
Yeah. Hi, Libby. I see you're joining us too. It's so nice to have you on here. What a treat.
Very nice to be on.
What have you been up to lately?
I've bought the telescope out. I started a website and I've been doing some vlogs.
Awesome. Oh, that's really cool. You'll have to tell everybody about it when we get back on. That's neat. Carol, I think you're still on. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Great. I think we've got everybody.
Yep. We have a question, a comment or a question. Richard Lighthill is asking, have we had a global star party with electronically assisted theme showing live images with video cams? I think that we have had, I think that we've had cameras that were maybe not necessarily video cams, but really quick exposure cameras, a lot of dedicated astrocams, can also take very short exposures and stuff. So I think that the imaging that was done on the 60-inch Mount Wilson telescope had, we did some of that, but we did, extend the exposure so we could get deeper shots. There have been amateur astronomers, astrophotographers who have done some things like that, but strictly straight up a video camera, maybe not. So if you want to do that and bring your game on to the Global Star Party, the next one we do will be Tuesday night. So think about that. It's fun to see all you guys here. Hi, Libby. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Good.
So Vivian told me that all the presenters were going to get a telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good because they're on back order everywhere, and I'm trying to buy one.
You didn't say when you would get that telescope.
No, she didn't.
Give it to you.
Absolutely true. Telescopes are like bicycles right now. They're very difficult to get.
I just got an XYZ. I'm really excited about this. I haven't tried it out yet, but it's supposed to be a great cell phone adapter for a telescope. So I'm pretty excited about that. The ASP desperately needed this so we can do some public outreach with cell phones. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Oh yeah.
That's a nice product.
That's what I've heard from everybody who has it.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I'd be interested in what you're doing with cell phones because that's one of the things I want to do with I've been doing it with the Girl Scouts, but more so.
Oh yeah. Oh good. Okay. Yeah.
Because it's actually amazing how faint you can go just handheld.
Incredible, isn't it?
I think I've gotten 4th magnitude with handheld with my cell phone.
Huh.
We were doing imaging of the Grand Conjunction on the 21st.
Oh yeah.
People were taking pictures of Saturn and Jupiter together in one eyepiece.
Well, folks, we're back after our 10-minute break here. We are, excited to see lots of people here on our chat. Literally, we have a worldwide audience, and it's great to have you here on the 28th Global Star Party, which is co-hosted by the Night Sky Network. Vivian White is our official co-host here tonight. And what's up next, Vivian?
Ooh, up next, we have one of our newest projects I'm really excited to tell you about, the Big Astronomy. It's a National Science Foundation grant that it didn't produce. Ryan Wyatt, who is here with us, produced an amazing planetarium show called Big Astronomy, People, Places, and Discoveries. And so we have Ryan here from the California Academy of Sciences. And it's part of a much larger project, and I'm involved because the amateur astronomy community is involved in order to create kind of a STEM ecosystem around the topics that we're talking about. And I'll tell you a little bit more about those in a minute. So we created an amateur astronomy toolkit that was using, it's got main topics that are dealing with light pollution and myths from around the world that we tell about the night sky. It talks about multi-wavelength astronomy. And what is the other one? Oh, no, I got multi-wavelength. I just got distracted. I can't remember now. I'll get back to that and I'll show you some of those activities in a minute. Part of that is also we are having live interviews with some of the people who are in the astronomy, in the planetarium show. And Renee Kerrigan is here from Peoria Riverfront Museum, and she's going to tell us some about that. We've also got Carol Holmberg here. Carol's from the Museum of York County in South Carolina, and she's going to share one of the activities that we developed. I thought maybe I would try to show the YouTube trailer, or the trailer that's on YouTube from, whoops, hold on, I'm sharing it. I didn't mean to stop. To see if that, it'll tell you just a little bit about the planetarium show. Maybe we'll start there and then talk about how we did this. Just a second, let's see if it works. Okay. Maybe. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. That's because I haven't shared yet.
At the bottom of your screen, you'll see a share screen.
Yeah, I was almost there.
And then you got to just select the one that you want to share.
It got a little more complicated pretty quickly. Hold on one second. Got it. It needs my thumbprint and date of birth. No, it's a 1 second. I just have to.
There's a checkbox to share audio, so you might want to make sure that's checked when you
Can't even get that far, unfortunately. If anybody else wants to share that, I can give you the link. Looks like my computer is not yet configured that for some reason. Let me just go ahead and share that link with you, Scott, and you can start there. Ryan, I know you have a lot of things you're doing today. Do you want to talk anything for just a minute about the show and how you made it and what we're trying to get across with it?
Sure, that would be great. The show was a tremendous pleasure to work on. We have a production team here at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco that's worked on numerous shows over the past 10 years or so. But this was our first chance to go out onto these incredible sites, the amazing observatories in Chile, meet these fantastic people who make these observatories run, and kind of knit together a story that involves the people, the places, and as the subtitle indicates, the discoveries that we find at these incredible places. So we actually had a chance to go down to Chile, be able to capture these observatories using fisheye lenses on really cinematic cameras. These are the same digital cameras that are being used by James Cameron to create Avatar 2. And so from a production standpoint, it was very exciting to really explore new territory for planetarium films, and then combine that with computer simulations and visualizations of some of the objects that are being observed, as well as the interviews with the people who make these observatories run. And really, that's the heart of the show. The show is really narrated by, first of all, overall a Chilean astronomer, Barbara Rojas Ayala, but we also hear interviews with all of the different people who make the observatories operate. So you're hearing firsthand from all the people who work at these places, and it really weaves together a story that is very much like a first-person kind of story about how these places run.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, I have it queued up if you want me to go ahead and get started.
Yep, Ryan, I hope this is the right one. I know there was one from before, and I hope I haven't grabbed the wrong one. I think this is right.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to share that, and here we are.
Yeah. So one of the really cool things about this planetarium show is that it's in Spanish and English, both. So it's being played worldwide. It's also being translated into many, many languages. I think we have German, Japanese. What else were you guys know better than I do? There are those.
German and French, and I think we're
Awesome. Yeah, and it's a free planetarium show that you can download from the web, which is great. It's National Science Foundation was the sponsor of this for us, and we're researching to see what these additional pieces of amateur astronomy engagement, museum engagement, these live shows that Renee's about to tell you about, and see how they all come together to make the experience more rich for individuals. So we have a whole research component that goes with this. But Renee, if you wanted to talk a little bit about what's coming up with the live shows and how they go, that would be great.
Sure. So as Vivian and Ryan were saying, the whole goal of the show and the larger project as a whole, the Big Astronomy Project, is to help people understand that of course, if you just have a telescope, the world's best telescope that's built is nothing without the people who make the telescope work, who work in the many different roles that are needed in a major observatory. And Vivian and I actually were on a program together called ACEP, Astronomy in Chile Educator Ambassador Program, back in 2015. And that's kind of where the start of this idea for this whole project happened, because when we were down at these National Science Foundation funded telescopes in Chile, we realized that there were so many different people with so many different jobs that were needed to make the observatories work. And, jobs you might not expect, like machinists who have to custom make parts to make the actuators work on the back of the scopes, or even just the folks who make the facilities run, the folks who make the cafeteria happen for all the astronomers who come and stay overnight, or who run the data collection. Maybe they're not directly doing the observing themselves, but they have to analyze the data that the telescopes bring in. So many different jobs are needed, and it takes people from all over the world to make these telescopes work. And that was sort of the major goal we wanted to try to help people understand the show. And so as part of the project, not only is there this fantastic show that was created by California Academy of Sciences that, as Vivian said, is free for planetariums around the world, but also we're doing these ongoing events on social media. So I hope everyone who's watching will like Big Astronomy on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. We do about every 2 weeks or so a Facebook Live event. We also have a Zoom webinar component, and that allows us to have simultaneous translation. So the events are in both English and Spanish, where we directly connect viewers with people who work at these observatories. And that people just tell us a little bit about their job, about what their daily life is like at their job, their background, what interested them in working in this job, their favorite thing about their job, maybe their least favorite thing about their job. But then we also ask them a little bit about themselves to tell us, what do you like to do when you're not at work? And, what is something that you enjoy to do in your free time? Because again, the idea is to help people understand that these are real people, whole people, not just, a career, but a person with that like them. And that will hopefully help folks imagine themselves in a science job. And so we've had a number of these, and you can see the archive of them on Big Astronomy YouTube channel. You can also see it on the Big Astronomy Facebook page. And you can tune in tomorrow. Our next event is tomorrow, Friday, January 15th. It's at 3 p.m. Chile time, which is noon Central time, which is where I happen to be. I'm in Peoria, Illinois. So that's 1 o'clock Eastern, and 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Pacific. So, and if you're not in one of those time zones, I'm sorry, you're going to have to do the translation yourself. But this event is featuring Kathy Vivas, who is an astronomer. She's from Venezuela. She works at the Cerro Sololo Inter-American Observatory on the Blanco telescope. And her job is to analyze the data for other astronomers who maybe have time on the dark energy camera. But she also does her own research. So she's an astronomer with sort of two roles. She really enjoys helping other astronomers meet their goals of observing, but then she also gets to do her own research on the telescopes in Chile. And so that is tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to learning more about Kathy and more about her life outside of astronomy. Again, you can see a whole backlog of these events as well. And we'll have more and more. And the next person after Kathy that we're featuring is Alex Giraldo. And he's the head of the cocinas or cafeterias at both Cerro Tololo and Gemini South. And so that's like, a totally different type of job that we haven't had a chance to feature yet. And I'm looking forward to learning about what his daily life is like, taking care of all those hungry astronomers who've probably eaten around the clock.
That's so great.
Where can we find out what websites should they go to see some of these programs?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So we have a whole lot of information at bigastronomy.org. And that is where you can actually, if you're a planetarium professional, you can download the planetarium show from that website. It's available in 2.5K and 4K. If you want the 4K version, we send you a hard drive. And you can also get the kits or request the kit from of educational activities from the Astronomical Society of the Pacific that Vivian led the creation of. You can get an educator guide there for if you're a teacher who is bringing a class to a planetarium who might be open. And that's also where you can learn about these events. And then I recommend liking us on Facebook. So Big Astronomy on Facebook. And that way those live events, they go right to Facebook, and you'll also get notified about the weekly live streams, because most planetariums in the United States are closed right now and in the world. And so we've been live streaming the show. Ryan's team at California Academy of Sciences has been live streaming the show every week in 360 degrees. And I've started doing it as well. So that now there's 2 streams a week you can watch on YouTube if you're not able to go to a real planetarium. And so again, you can find out times for that on our Facebook page as well, Big Astronomy on Facebook.
Okay, so I put up the bigastronomy.org link in chat, and also your Facebook link as well. So
thank you.
And if you have never seen a planetarium show in 360, which I had never seen before I was part of this project, it is so cool. So if you have a phone, you can actually hold it up and look around and see like you're in a planetarium. I mean, it's not being in a planetarium, but it is the next best thing to being in a planetarium. If you're on your computer, you can mouse around and look up and around, and it really does kind of feel like you're there. If you have what is the Google Cardboard or something, you can even do VR in that way too. So it's as close as we're going to get to the, okay. You don't
what
even
if you have these?
Yes. Oh, they're matching. Yes. You can watch it in that, and you feel, and I have not watched it in that, but I imagine you feel like you're in a planetarium.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be fun.
They're really fun. They're so cool to see live. So I hope you get a chance to see that, because it really does a great job talking about all of the different jobs that it takes to do astronomy. One of the things that's in the toolkit that we created is this banner that's my background here about astronomy being for everyone and all the different types of jobs that it takes to run these observatories. So it goes into some of the background of that. So yeah, thank you both so much. I think we have Tim Spuck on too, who's our principal investigator for the whole, he's the big astronomy herder.
Yes, and Viv, sorry, I'm running a little late here. That's the normal part of my life. I only hope that I'm late for my own funeral. That's my one thing that I'm hopeful that this pattern in life will bring. But so yeah, no, I was listening to Renee, and it's great. I'm sure Ryan did an amazing job. One thing I will add is that also in the not too distant future, we'll be placing on the website the ability to download an HD flat screen version of the show itself, both in English and in Spanish. And so that gives one more avenue to one more way of enjoying the program. But this has been just a really cool project. I know I've been going to Chile now since probably 2015, I believe, was the the first ASEP expedition, and being at the observatories is something that you never tire of. I can remember the first time in I guess it was 2015, to be able to see your shadow by the light of the Milky Way is just an amazing and very special experience. And so I know for me, one of the things that I wanted to know was whether or not California Academy of Sciences and Ryan could actually make me go back there. Sitting in a planetarium and watching the show, and if they could really give me that sort of authentic experience of being there. And while you didn't really see your shadow by the light of the Milky Way, they did a phenomenal job of making it feel like you were there. And just a great deal of a really authentic show that gives you the bit of the real experience of what astronomy in Chile is like, and what these facilities are like, and what sort of the environment is like around them. So I think I strongly encourage everyone to, watch the 360 streaming, but definitely you have to get into the big dome once we get beyond COVID and watch it in the dome. That's where that's where you get the real feel.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining us, Tim. I'm raising my glass of fine Chilean wine to you. You're on the East Coast, so Tim taught us all the intricacies of Chile.
Well, wine is an essential part of Chile, so
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So if there are any questions, we're happy to take those. I know Carol is here and has she's got an activity from the Toolkit she was going to do. I've got one too, if we have enough time. Scott, let us know. You can just interrupt us, you know us.
No, I think that if you want to show some more activities, that would be awesome. We have all the time in the world, so.
All right. So if you want to get any of this information, it's all on bigastronomy.org. You can find all of these things there. Carol, would you like to show us? So like we said before with Skip, and that everybody takes these activities and makes them their own. And I think Carol has done an amazing job. I saw her video of that, and I wanted to ask her to come and share that with you all too. So Carol, take it away.
I didn't know if Ryan was to go first.
Oh, is that on the schedule?
Yeah.
I think did you have anything where you wanted to say, Ryan?
But I
vamped a little bit, so I'm good, but certainly I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions that come up around the production. And we actually also have some great making of videos that we've linked to on the Big Astronomy YouTube page. So if you want to learn how the show was made, I mean, I happen to be the writer and director of the show, but the team is absolutely phenomenal that I get to work with every day. And you can see some really enthusiastic and entertaining presentations by Ken, Mike, Matt, and Molly, who were all instrumental in making the show happen. So that'll answer a lot of questions right there.
Yeah.
I think there's more questions about the VR aspect of watching this show, and if people want to specifically do the VR experience with it, what would they need to do?
So the great thing about the YouTube streams is that basically, if you have a YouTube app on your Oculus, or if you're running it on your phone with a cardboard, it'll all kind of happen automatically. So if you've got some kind of headset, YouTube is almost certainly installed on it, and you can just watch the streaming link. Right now, we're doing that twice a week. Eventually, that will just be available on YouTube to watch as a video. But because, as Vivian mentioned, this is an NSF-funded project that has a research component, right now we're trying to imitate that aspect of going to a planetarium and seeing a show. So we're offering it as these live streams twice a week to kind of replicate that. And we're planning to do that for the first several months of the grant, but I think very soon what you'll see is, and again, if you look at bigastronomy.org, we'll certainly announce that, is the opportunity to watch it as a streaming 360 video, sorry, just a 360 video that would be available on YouTube as well. So that option will be open, but we also don't want to steal the thunder too soon of the planetariums that'll be running this, and when the planetariums eventually will be reopening. So we'll figure that out, but that'll be a great chance to see it.
I'm going to put the link up for the YouTube channel. And as soon as this program's over, I'm going to download the YouTube app for my Oculus Quest and get ready to watch it. So when you guys run that, so that's excellent.
You have a chance on every Wednesday or Thursday. So
what times does that run? So
in UTC on Wednesdays it's at 7:30 p.m. UTC, and on Thursdays it's 8:30 p.m. UTC. So
noonish.
Yes. So I'm going to guess that everyone operates well in that. That's for the Wednesday streams. That's 11:30 a.m. Pacific time on Wednesdays. And for sticking to Pacific time, it's then 12:30 p.m. on Thursdays.
Okay, but 7:30 UTC Wednesday, 8:30 UTC on Thursday.
Yep.
Yep. And UTC works pretty good for this audience because they're everywhere. So
I was guessing that.
Yeah.
Tim put a note in the chat that if you are not already in Chile right now and you'd like to go to Chile, or maybe even if you are in Chile and you'd like to visit some of these observatories, the Astronomy Ambassadors program is amazing. That's where Renee and I met, and she was talking just a little bit about that earlier, but it's an incredible program for educators, and you can find that at astroambassadors.com. astroambassadors.com. Yeah, so I wanted to share that. Tim is a wonderful tour guide, and being able to see these observatories firsthand is really phenomenal. We get to see, sit in the control room with people while they were making all these observations, and it's pretty phenomenal to get to be up that high. And we went up to ALMA, for example, the Atacama Large Submillimeter Array, and that is, does anybody remember how high that is? Really, really high.
16,404 feet.
Oh, nice. We calculated it was above about half of the Earth's atmosphere, and it felt like it. But it's an amazing program. If anyone is interested, we can recommend it highly. So
not only do you get to go to these amazing observatories and see wonderful places, but if you get in, you're going with other astronomy educators who maybe are from around different parts of the United States. Some who work in universities, some who work for informal education institutions, some who work in schools, but all who love astronomy. And so it's a really great bonding experience as well. So I do highly recommend it.
Excellent.
And Carol, I'm sorry, we had you
okay
there.
I just keep wondering if the Vera Rubin is online yet.
It's not online yet. Its first light will hopefully be this year. We had a presentation about Vera Rubin from their deputy director for the Big Astronomy Project. And so I recommend going back and watching that if you want sort of an introduction. It's called Meet Rubin Observatory. You can find it on the Big Astronomy YouTube channel. But she told us that it's just delayed just a few months because of having to be shut down due to COVID and a lot of folks not being able to work on the site, but it should have first light this year.
That's awesome.
So I'll give you a little bit of an update on that. You're actually probably talking 2023 at this point. They have experienced some additional delays, and so while they might do some early testing as far as it actually going online. We're probably sometime, I think, mid to late 2023 at this point.
And if you have not heard about this observatory, it's kind of phenomenal. It's really phenomenal. It's going to take a full sky picture of the night sky deep to, I don't even know what magnitude, 16, 17 magnitude. It pretty deep full sky view every 3 days. So it's going to basically make a movie of the night sky. I am thrilled about this. It hasn't been anything like that. It's going to change the astronomy game quite a bit, professional astronomy, and it's going to be open to the public pretty quickly. The data is going to be open pretty quickly. So it's going to be just like finding needles in a haystack, I imagine. At that point, it's pretty
Observatory
exciting.
dome looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm excited about that one.
It is incredible.
27-foot mirror. Jeez.
And it's super fast. It's like the focal length is really short.
Yeah, so it can
100
move so
megapixel
quickly.
camera.
Yeah. Yeah. Full sky picture. That's just amazing to see. Yeah.
That is
It's also
amazing.
very unique because the mirror's got 2 different curves in it.
Right.
Right. Oh, I'll see if I can find a picture of that.
Can I get one for my 25 inch?
Which is lsst.org.
Right.
At the Bay Area Science Festival, they had virtual tours of the SLAC facility where the mirror was struck, and you can see it. I think it's still on tape that you can just check the Bay Area Science Festival. That was cool. I had no idea that they did the mirror there.
Oh, that's so cool. That's right around the corner. Yeah, there's a lot of exciting astronomy coming up. Carol, all right, let's see. You've got your galaxy umbrella up, so take it away.
Vivian asked me to choose my favorite outreach activity, and I had no problem. It's this umbrella from the Big Astronomy Toolkit, because I just love to twirl it, and I think it's a fantastic representation of the galaxy, that a model that you can use in clear skies or even rainy skies. And it's got an image of the galaxy right here on the front, and you can explain how our galaxy is a spiral, a double arm spiral, 2 major arms, 2 minor arms, but it's a little bit more flat than this. If the galaxy were this wide, it would be only ½ an inch thick. It's not curved like the umbrella. And I like to explain to kids that all models have limitations. Not only is it really small and there's not really stars, there's no supermassive black hole in the center, but it would be a lot slimmer than this. And there is a little place where we can show our place in the galaxy. I'm going to try and put it towards the camera. This little circle right here, that circle, which is 4 inches, represents the stars that we can see with our eye. So when we look out at all the stars in a dark, starry night, about 2,000 of them, what you're looking at, they all fit in this little circle here. The rest of the galaxy we can't see with our eyes. And our solar system is inside that little circle, less than a width of a human hair. In fact, I think it's 1/10,000th the width of a human hair.
That puts things in perspective.
Yeah, it really does put things in perspective. So my husband, who is not an astronomy person, was saying, how do we know that we're in a spiral galaxy if this is all we can see? How can we see the arms? Well, the Milky Way, when you look out at the Milky Way, you can't see individual stars with your eyes. You're looking beyond. And away from the center is the Orion Perseus arm, which you see in the winter sky like now. And towards the center, we see towards Sagittarius and Scorpius, the Sagittarius arm, which I guess is just the little offshoot there from the northern hemisphere. But we can see some of our galaxy from just with our eyes just by that Milky Way, which doesn't resolve without a telescope into individual stars. And we know another way that we know what our galaxy looks like is when we go out and we see these other galaxies with telescopes. We can't see the other side of our galaxy because on the other side of the supermassive black hole, but we can guess, and we're getting better at it with gravitational lensing and things. We're able to see, but some of it is just conjecture. We've never gotten outside of our galaxy to see. Now that we understand what our galaxy looks like, let's think about how far they are apart. So this umbrella, if we think about the closest galaxy to us, one of the Magellanic Clouds is a small satellite galaxy that's about one umbrella width apart. And that close Andromeda galaxy, the closest large spiral that we can see, is a good 12 umbrella widths, 12 galaxies distant apart. So if we had 14 umbrellas with 12 apart, we could see how far away the galaxies are spaced. And I just think it's an excellent model, a fun model that you can bring out in any kind of weather. You can paint galaxy on an umbrella, or I was saying that they are for sale from the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, and I think they're just wonderful. It's really all I have to say about it.
That's awesome, Carol. That is great. Thank you so much.
Everybody wants one.
Yeah. Oh, I have a link to them. Okay. I'll have to get that for you. This is it's a representational image. It's not a picture because we can't take a picture of ourselves in the Milky Way, right? So this was by Robert Hunt at NASA, and it's part of the solarsystem.nasa.gov resources. So it's our latest, most up-to-date of what we understand that our galaxy looks like, which is pretty cool.
It is really cool. And you can fold it up and take it with you.
Cool.
Well, that's the thing. So we had been looking for something that was already made out there that was a galaxy model, and didn't really find anything. So we made one, and it was a lot of fun doing. You can find one. Oh, sorry, Robert Hurt. Excuse me. Sorry, Ryan. Thank you so much for that. Not Robert Hunt. Robert Hurt is who designed that visualization. Yeah, it folds right up. So the only ones that they had were kind of big and clunky, and you a little bit delicate. So we wanted to make something that would be easier to lug around, which is, when we make activities for amateur astronomers, that's one of the things we think about. We don't want them too fussy, and we don't want them too big, because often they just go in a telescope case.
You just go into the Astro shop, it looks like.
Yes, I even have a bit.ly for you. If you just do bit.ly/galaxy umbrella, all lowercase even.
bit.ly
/galaxy umbrella. You can also print this yourself. We have the poster on the website, so you can print it on just a large poster size if you want to make one of your, not an umbrella, but a flat version.
I forgot to say we're about half the way out from the center. And if you twirl the umbrella, the outside edge goes faster than we are. But that idea that everything kind of goes the same, the really inside doesn't, but the outside, kind of also illustrates dark matter. Because the fact that the outside goes with the same revolution as where the middle is proof of dark matter.
Yeah, it definitely is pointing that direction. It's amazing. I never imagined it to spin. It doesn't even look like it should spin like a record, right? It looks like it should twist up and on itself.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Carol. It's great to see that in action. So it's really, we create these activities and then we hope that they get used. Oh, Oh, I think
Thank
you
you for
froze.
letting me show my favorite activity.
Thanks, Carol.
Yeah, Carol, we're going to have you on again. I really enjoyed your enthusiasm. That's great.
Yeah. Well, I had one lined up, but it sounds like it might be time for a break before the 7 o'clock hour, and I can always do that one later if we have
Okay.
time. What do you think?
I think we're probably okay. It's 8:52 here. You had a 9 to 10 segment that you wanted to do?
Yep, we've got the Girl Scouts coming up next. I want to thank all of our big astronomy presenters. Thank you, Carol and Renee and Tim and Ryan, so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming on last minute and being here for the party.
Thanks for having us on.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I guess we will go to intermission right now and take about 10 minutes, and we'll be back with the 28th Global Star Party co-hosted by the Night Sky Network. So here we go.
We'll be back with Girl Scouts, even better.
Girl Scouts, even better. That's right.
All right. See y'all soon. Just a minute.
Notice what I went and got?
What did you get?
I got the umbrella.
Hey, awesome. We forgot we were going to give one away in the last hour. I totally should have been looking at my notes.
Uh-huh.
You're giving one away. That'll be exciting.
Yeah, I go, wait a minute. I have one of those. Where did I put it? Yeah. I'm getting ready to modify mine with some glow in the dark paint.
Yeah. Yeah, that's included in the toolkit. So,
So I just downloaded the VR app on YouTube for my Oculus Quest. So it was easy to do. It made you get a code, okay, and then you have to go into with your Google account, put in the code, and it all ties together. So I'm so excited. So excellent.
Really fun. You'll have to watch it this Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, I will.
Fun show. Yeah.
Don't tell anybody I'm watching it. So
in an important meeting.
Yeah, that's right. D&D, do not disturb. Awesome. Well, great. So we're now in the and to this next segment here. Vivian, what's in store for everybody?
Well, we have a really fun group coming up next. I'm super excited to work with these guys too. I think I have the best job in the whole wide world. I get to work with some amazing teams all around the world, across the country. And this next project that I wanted to tell you about, the Night Sky Network works with lots of different partners. And this project is called Girl Scouts Reach for the Stars. And it is a NASA-funded project where we partnered with Lou Mayo, who's here, and Larry Lebowski, who's here, Jessica Henricks from Girl Scouts of Northern California, and the Girl Scouts of the USA. And we have helped to create 6 new space science badges for girls. And they're kind of fantastic. So if you ever get to do outreach with Girl Scouts, these are a fantastic way to collaborate. And I wanted to bring all of these folks on so that we could talk a little bit about some of the work that we're doing. And let's see, what else did we want to say? I think I want to let Jessica introduce this. She's got an amazing set of activities that go with the younger badges, I think, for the Girl Scouts. Is that right? Hi, Jessica.
Just a couple of samples. Eileen, thanks for having the badge booklet sitting there. That's great. Yes. So yes, hi, I'm Jessica Henricks. I work with the Girl Scouts of Northern California. So Girl Scouts USA is the national organization, and that's who issued the badges. Our principal investigator for this project is SETI Institute, and they partnered with GSUSA. But also we are one of the COIs, Girl Scouts of Northern California. We're one of 111 councils across the US. The great thing for me is that I got hired on when we got this funding. So the last 5 years, I've been thinking all about these badges all the time, and some of the other projects, of course. Oh, with the Astronomy Club patch there with Eileen. Oh, I love that with the planets. That's fabulous.
It's our Western Oklahoma patch.
Yeah.
I'll do a lot over there. I mean, and there's a lot of different components, and maybe I'll let each person who's here talk about it. But yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit about the badges today. Let's see, Vivian, should I do any other intro to the badges? Just that there's 6 levels of Girl Scouts. So daisies are kindergarten and first graders, and maybe I'll just share a screen and show you a picture then. I don't see my, the permission to share, you know how sometimes you get to share your screen and sometimes it just says share your whole screen.
It's at the bottom. Just put your cursor near the bottom and it should show.
No, I know. It's not showing up as one of my window options. So I'm going to share the whole screen. So sorry, I won't be able to see your chat comments as I do it.
I'll let you know.
Are you seeing yourselves in the little windows at the corner then?
Nope.
You are.
Just you. Oh, we see us. Yes. Yeah. Well, but we see your full screen.
Okay, good. I'm just going to hide it.
I can put us in gallery mode if you want. So there you go.
Sounds good. So these are the badges. On the left, you've got the daisy for kindergarten and first graders, and there's just 3 steps, 2 choices each. The next one, the triangle, each one of the badges, the shape actually maps to the level. So the triangles are for brownies, 2nd and 3rd graders. The juniors are that round one that looks like an observatory, 4th and 5th graders. That diamond shape is for the cadets. That's middle school girls, 6th through 8th grade. That rectangle is seniors, which is a little confusing because it's 9th and 10th graders. And if you were a senior in high school, you would be an ambassador on the far right, and that's for 11th and 12th graders. So 6 badges, the brownies through ambassadors, you girls need to complete 5 steps to earn their badge, and the badge requirements are available in the store, the Girl Scout shops. So one of the things that we do a lot is have some fun. I mean, there's the badge steps, but how do you throw a space party? You plan it. So there's a lot of this when we're doing things with younger girls in virtual spaces, is we try to make it playful and fun. It really makes a difference to just sort of add a little bit of that, goofiness. So this is a solar system game. So a lot of you know this as the Solar System Walk, which of course there's amazing places all over the United States where you can take a solar system walk. It is a badge step in the Junior Space Science Investigator badge. But we've modified it for virtual setting, and I wanted to share it with you. I will post the link to these slides in the chat after I'm done, so you're welcome to use these slides with your own outreach. So if we shrunk everything in our solar system until the sun was the size of an 8-inch ball, today my ball happens to be a bowl, could you guess how big would Mercury be? So everything shrunk the same amount, and the sun is the size of an 8-inch ball, about a soccer ball. Go ahead and hold up your hands. Show me with your hands how big you think Mercury would be. Would it be a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger than the Earth? Go ahead and show me. Mercury would be the size of a pinpoint. And we're going to go through all the planets. So each time I'm going to call out the name of the planet, and you'll go ahead and show me with your hands your guess of how big it would be. How big would Venus be in this scale model where everything shrunk the same amount? Venus would be about the size of a peppercorn, like you'd find on your table. What about Earth? How big would Earth be?
About the same size.
Got the same size, you're right, it's the peppercorn again. You got it. And Mars, how big do you think Mars would be? Go ahead and show me with your hands.
Half of it.
Back to that pinhead, that was Mercury. Then Jupiter. Okay, some guesses coming in? Go ahead, and even if you're at home, here we go.
Size of a dime, maybe?
Yeah, so Jupiter is a large marble, about 0.9 inches, so a little shy of 1 inch. And I happen to have a measuring spoon here, so whatever you've got at home that fits that size, you go ahead and use. Saturn. Okay, Saturn is the size of a marble, so a little smaller, 0.7 inch. And then Uranus, there we go, is about the size of a bead. We've got the beads right here. I've got, like I said, you use whatever you've got around at home. And the last one, Neptune. Once again, about the size of this bead of 0.3 inches. So that is our solar system walk turned virtual. Now, when we're talking about scale models, it's really important that when we're talking about size, they understand that this is not the scale distance. And JPL has an amazing GIF. I love GIFs. They don't use as much processing power as videos. So I've got the URL in the notes of the slides of where to find this. So you can see here, this is the size to scale of our solar system moving out to the distance to scale. And I just love this to explain
That's
a
cool.
really difficult concept. I think the use of GIFs is amazing. And NASA has a whole site on Giphy, as does the European Space Agency. Again, goofiness, these are giant balls of gas, many light years away. Most are only seen at night, although one is seen in the day. And I would usually pause and let everyone share their answers in chat, what they think it might be. One of you, go ahead and shout it out.
Yeah, let's see if anybody here in the chat group knows it. I think they're sleeping out there. I don't know.
We're awake.
Or they're
my
afraid to
coffee.
answer.
Sun.
I think a few of you might know the answer to this. It's the 2 words or the third.
Yeah, if you're an astronomer, you should. Okay, Martin East.
So we're here at the Global Star Party. It is stars.
Okay, here we
And
go.
the one that's during the day exactly is our star, the sun. And I really like to emphasize that when I'm talking to the girls. We also have some playful sort of openers where you don't have to have any prior knowledge. These are some constellation diagrams from the Girl Scout badges.
That's cool.
And they're just sort of, they're cute illustrations. It may not be the easiest way to see where the stars actually are, but the illustrations are really what we're focusing on here. So we ask people to go ahead and add in the chat, what's your favorite constellation? You can type in the numbers. Numbers are really good when you're working with younger girls because it's much easier to find a number on the keypad than a letter. So a lot of times we'll use numbers, but if they'd like to type in the name or if they know any others, they're welcome to do so as well. You go ahead and throw into chat if you'd like your favorite constellation. I see one person typed in, and you can of course share it elsewhere.
I think there's a lot happening on YouTube and some of the other platforms that we don't get to see on the.
Oh, I'm so glad that you all are
Right.
playing along. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're streaming. I'm only seeing Zoom ones, but
Yeah,
really,
almost everybody's getting some sort of feed. If they're looking on Twitch or Twitter, no, but Twitch, yes, and YouTube and Facebook, yes, they're getting the feed.
Kip, what is 13?
maybe it's 1 and 3. Maybe Scorpio.
Okay.
Donald
Giving.
Green likes number 1. Jeff Weiss likes number 6. Martin Eastburn said number 10.
13's Ophiuchus, isn't it?
Ophiuchus.
There you go. Yep. You got it.
Oh my gosh, the 13th zodiac constellation. That definitely does show up in the badges, just the science of what is, you know, what are those signs. There's a lot of interest from girls around that. So then, of course, if we're talking about stars, this won't be a big surprise to any of you who do astronomy outreach, but we really like when we're working with troop leaders to make some very simple slides of sort of what we want to make sure we cover. So have you ever noticed how stars in the sky can look like shapes? And this is a beautiful picture of the San Francisco Bay Area where I'm based out of. So the constellations are patterns of stars in the sky and sort of like connect the dots. And astronomers, there's a lot of confusion around the word constellation. So astronomers agree to use the same 88 constellations to map the sky for science. But of course, people from cultures around the world have stories about the stars, and I would highly recommend going to, I'll send the link afterwards, Figures in the Sky. And you can see a little screen grab here. So here's this familiar Orion constellation, but all of these different people from different times, different places have seen different things in these stars. And I love to explore it as a screen share with girls. And then of course, just to sort of close it out, we do talk about constellations and daisies, they make a star pattern. So we're gonna do one more activity where you share and chat. Now you may already know what constellation this is. So you're gonna have to try to scrub that from your brain. You already know, it's kind of hard. Let me know, try and connect the dots. What do you see in these dots? If you connect the dots and make a pattern, what do you see? An object, an animal? And if any of the hosts here can share anything they're reading, that's great.
Yeah, I have a tough time scrubbing it out of my head.
We have a seahorse and an elephant trunk and rabbit tracks. This is great. A hammerhead shark.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Gosh. I can see all of them the moment you say
Can't get
it.
it out of his head either. Oh, a high heel shoe. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
It does definitely looks like a high heel shoe.
Yeah.
And I love this. It's like looking at the clouds with people too during the day. And sometimes you see-
Hammerhead, archer,
Oh, yeah.
fish hook. Yeah.
So it's also known as Scorpio here, but we've got one more that's in the slide deck again. I'll share it in chat afterwards. Just sort of quickly, this one is probably even harder for some of you to scrub out of your head. But if you were to say, what do you see?
I always thought of it as like a kite in the sky, you know?
I like that.
My son used to think it was a rocket ship with Betelgeuse being the tip and then those three at the bottom being the bottom of the rocket ship.
Oh,
That's what he
yeah.
always thought.
Spraying out the jet, the rocket.
Yeah, yeah.
Hourglass. An hourglass.
Yeah, butterfly.
My sons see it as, and my students have seen this as a basketball player, and he's
Hula dancer.
with one
I
hand
like
and
the hula
going up
dancer.
for a layup, and then Taurus is the basket.
That's so cool.
I love
and
it.
So this is such fun, and you can definitely do this for a while. So this is the constellation Orion. And then, of course, as you look up at the stars, you can look at the set of stars and create and share a star story with your family. This is one of the Brownie, the 2nd and 3rd grade steps. You can, of course, make your own dots on a page. You can look at a picture of a constellation, or you can just go outside and stargaze, lie down on your back and tell your story. I definitely want to recommend, we always ask girls to reflect, one thing I learned, one thing I want to know more about. NASA Spaceflight is such a great place. I've gotten a lot of graphics from them. This is one of their graphics that I like to use for reflections. I just think they are adorable for the younger girls. And then if you want to get the badge booklets, they're available in the Girl Scout store, or join Girl Scouts actually and help be one of the leaders. And thank you for exploring today with me.
Hi, Jessica, you are so much fun. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
I love this. We do lots of outreach with Jessica with Girl Scouts and amateur astronomers. We have one coming up, a space science symposium for the California area is going to be in the next few weeks. And it's exciting to make these partnerships with different astronomy clubs and solar system ambassadors and the Girl Scout councils in different areas. So this will be the second one we did. We did North Carolina 2 years ago, and they were, of course, supposed to be in person, but this one's going to be virtual, and we'll learn a whole new set of things, which is pretty exciting. Thank you, Jessica. Yeah. And we have, maybe actually, I was wondering, we have Astro Kathy here, who is the leader of one of our Girl Scout astronomy clubs, but I thought maybe Lou, if you wanted to do a little introduction to what the Girl Scout astronomy clubs are. Lou is from Aries Scientific and Marymount University in Maryland, right?
It sounds like it's in Maryland, but it's in Virginia.
Virginia, close.
You call it Virginia Mount, but they don't.
Virginia Mount. And Lou has been a major part of this, and he runs a pretty cool program. Astro Kathy has been a part of it. And Lou, did you want to just share a little about it? And then maybe Kathy can share some of what she does in the club. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll share my screen here.
And Jessica had put some links in here. I don't know if you can share those out, Scott. The presentation link and the solar system GIF and the figures in the sky.
All right.
Are all on there. Thanks, Jessica.
Thanks.
So one of the things that the SETI Institute Reach for the Stars program does is help Girl Scouts set up Girl Scout astronomy clubs. And NASA has actually been doing this for over 20 years. We started doing Girl Scout trainings up at the Macy Conference Center in New York. We did that for a number of years, inviting people from NASA from all over the country to come and provide astrophysics, planetary science, heliophysics, training, knowledge, content, activities, a lot of fun. Then we have done this kind of thing in various parts of the country with more regional Girl Scout groups. But more recently, we've been able to run some training programs for Girl Scout astronomy clubs at Goddard Space Flight Center. And we started this about 5 years ago. And each year, we bring 10 council teams that are competitively selected by Girl Scouts USA to Goddard. Each team has 2 Girl Scouts, a volunteer, and an amateur astronomer from their council. And we, oh my goodness, we have interesting talks from here. I actually have a little montage I put together. These are pictures from some of the trainings that we've done. If you can see my cursor. So I mentioned interesting talks. This is John Mather. He's a Nobel Prize winning astronomer for his work in understanding the cosmic microwave background. And he is generous enough to come and talk to us most years. And we have many other speakers. So we have all that. Which is kind of as only NASA can, right? Where are you going to find these kinds of people? And then we have fun activities that we engage the Girl Scouts in doing. Over here, you can see all of them, all the 10 council teams. Here they drew a picture of what they thought the sun looked like. And we get them up and have them walk around and do exercises to understand how spacecraft work and how they make their observations, and lots of construction and modeling activities. Over here we have solar cookies. You can make a cookie that's a model of the sun using various icings and sprinkles. We give each council an 8-inch Dobsonian reflector, and they learn how to take it apart and put it together, and they take it back to their councils, and they use that to run their Girl Scout astronomy clubs. We have star parties for them. We have tours of Goddard, all kinds of fun things. And the goal is that we are able to send them back to their councils with not only some fun content knowledge and understanding of how they can get resources and how to do activities in their clubs, but how to run a Girl Scout astronomy club. So they then set their Girl Scout astronomy clubs up. Oh, and we feed them too. Here we go. We feed them a lot. They set their Girl Scout astronomy clubs up, and they run them and invite even more girls in to enjoy the wonders of the night sky, the wonders of astronomy. And then they're helped by their amateur astronomer, who's there as a resource for them. And every month we have a Zoom teleconference, and we all get together, talk about telescopes, talk about what's up in the night sky, how are the NASA missions doing. We have a science talk. And so that happens every month. This has been going on. We've trained 41. We had 11 one year. We trained 41 council teams. And let me backtrack on that. We have invited in 41 council teams. We were not able to do our training in 2020 because of COVID, because of the pandemic. So we invited them in they had already been selected to our program, and we meet with them each month. And we are now just starting to plan a remote, probably Zoom focused training for them coming up this summer in either June or July. So they will in fact get their training. So Vivian, I don't know, I have a fun piece of software to show if I have time, but maybe I should just let that sit for a while and let Kathy talk a little bit.
I definitely want to see the software, but maybe we'll have Kathy share first and then you can share after Larry. Does that seem like a plan? Okay, cool. That sounds great. Let me see. We have Kathy on, who's the leader of one of these Girl Scout astronomy clubs, and I'm going to try and share my screen again and see if it works any better this time. Oh,
I actually gave access.
Oh, okay.
To Scott. Hopefully.
Try that.
Let's see.
Hopefully I've done it correctly.
If not, I'm happy to try that again. Let's see if it's going to work. I think it actually might work this time. Let's see. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It looks like it works then. We'll just go with that. Kathy, do you want me to start? You tell me when to play it and we'll do that.
Okay. So the reason I am having Vivian do the screen sharing is because my internet is very slow. I've actually had some issues just very recently. So I will actually be playing the video on my own end here so that I have the timing right, just in case things bomb out. And I also hope that you have the correct one. Yes, you do. Okay. I am
Tell me when
ready.
we'll synchronize. You ready?
Ready, set, go. All right. Well, thank you, Vivian. I'm excited to be here. I'm Astro Kathy, talking about mapping your skies. And astronomy is for everybody. In astronomy and Girl Scouts, we're definitely reaching for the stars. I'm thrilled to that there are so many new Girl Scout astronomy badges. Thank you for sharing those earlier. Bringing the cosmos to the hands, hearts, and minds of our young leaders of tomorrow. Now, science generally starts with a question. So my question is, how can I learn to find celestial objects in the sky? While I'm demonstrating my favorite activity in the video, I'll be talking about other things. But just as we just as we know how to map the what's going on the ground, we can also map what's going on up in the sky. NASA's Space Place has something called a star finder. I actually call it the cootie catcher star finder. It's good for latitudes at about 34 degrees north. The materials you need are the directions that you can get from the space place and the month for which you are working, and then some kind of cutting devices for your appropriate cutting devices. When I was a child, we called these cootie catchers, but I think I've heard some people call them fortune tellers as well. So I'm showing the video of me actually making this, and while that's running, I'll talk about my connections with astronomy and Girl Scouts. So my astronomy interests include outreach events like this. This is the biggest one. I've been involved with small ones and medium-sized ones, but this is by far the biggest outreach event I've been involved with. I love to do observing, daytime and nighttime observing. I have gotten a little bit into astrophotography. I love going to star parties, and I love learning. I also like to connect with other like-minded individuals, which is always fun. And I love working with the Girl Scouts. My Girl Scout connection started when I was a brownie. I went through brownie through cadets, where we moved to halfway through my cadet life. We didn't have a cadet troop, so I couldn't do Girl Scouts for a while, but then I got back into it, going to Girl Scout summer camps and working at a couple of camps when I was in college. I'm a lifetime Girl Scout member.
Wow.
And in 2008, I was working with a college astronomy club that we ended up doing I created a badge event during which 100 girls in my region were able to earn their astronomy badges. In 2009, I was the astronomer member of my council's astronomy club going to Goddard Space Flight Center. So I've actually been there, but it was a long time ago and it was a different program. I'm a facilitator of adult learning in my council. I give star parties at the adult and girl training weekends. And like Lou was saying that 2020 astronomy clubs did not get to go to Goddard. Well, my team, I am a member of one of the newest teams. We didn't get to go to Goddard. So we're going in person, Lou. We're not doing virtual. My group is wanting to go personal. So
I'll give the house administrator number. You give them, just let them know you're coming.
Okay, got it.
Let her know.
We are conducting monthly virtual meetings with the girls. We actually just had a meeting earlier this evening. Otherwise, I would have been here at the start of this whole thing at 5 o'clock my time. And like I said, we're hoping to go to Goddard this summer. I enjoy working with the Girl Scouts to provide resources that I wish I'd had when I was a girl. I had, when I was going to camps, I could sometimes find Orion or the Big Dipper, but I wished I knew more about how to find the celestial objects in the sky. So my hope is that this activity will help others to learn about the night sky. There are many other activities available with this this one star chart. There are so many other things around the outer edges. There are obviously the constellation pictures, and then you can also learn about what it means to have the sun in a house or a constellation. And so if you were to fold up the star chart for this month, you would see that there's an arrow that points from Earth to the sun to the edge of Capricornus. And so that's what is meant by the sun in that constellation. That means we can't actually see that constellation because it's daytime and the sun is in the way. That photograph of Orion, I purposefully took that just as an airplane was flying into view. I used that photograph to discuss the relative distances or actual distances of objects from Earth. Obviously, the airplane is one of the closer objects. Actually, the closest object is the corner of the roof of the building I was standing right next to. And then talking about that things look like they are on a celestial sphere, similar to, say, the umbrella that we saw in the last segment, that everything looks like it's on a sphere. Yes, exactly, Skip. It looks like it's on the sphere that surrounds the Earth, but in actuality, the stars that make up our constellations do not actually sit equidistant from the Earth in relation to each of them. So that was a really quick introduction into what I do, one of my favorite activities. I had everything timed so that I would be finished talking when the video finished, but so I would like to thank Vivian. Thank you very much for inviting me to join in on this, and thank you, Lou, for doing our monthly meetings. We look forward to actually doing our training. Our girls are very excited. We actually, during our meeting today, we actually talked about the February 18th landing of the Mars rover and the helicopter. And so we talked a lot about that, and our council is hoping to be able to do a watch party. It turns out that there's a possibility we won't be able to do anything in person because of COVID restrictions, but we will be discussing a virtual watch party. So we're all excited about that.
Kathy,
I know
thank
this.
you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know this wasn't as interactive as Jessica's activities, but I think it gives a good idea of what you can do with the star charts.
Absolutely. The activity itself is super interactive, and I bet the girls really love it. I think there's a link to it in the chat. Scott, were you able to share the Space Place link to the Starfinder? Yeah, yeah, it's a great one.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
I also love Space Place. I thank Jessica and Lou for giving me lots and lots of segues right into my presentation. That was awesome. And Vivian, thank you for having Lou go before me so that I get those segues.
Thank you so much. It's really cool to see all these astronomy clubs happening. I know Eileen is here, and she is leading one as well, I believe, right? Eileen, that's what I thought, and in Oklahoma, and they are doing amazing work. It's very different. So the astronomy clubs in the US are not usually filled with young girls. So it's nice to have these astronomy clubs who are doing different, who are, a whole new generation of amateur astronomers for us here in the US. I know in some parts of the world, this is very common. I think in Iran and some other places, a lot of the astronomy clubs are led by young women. And so it's exciting to see that happening here too. Thank you all so much. We also have Larry Lebowski here too, and I want to before we get there, I wanted to hear from a young woman who's joined us tonight, Levy and the Stars. Larry, you're coming up right next.
Okay.
Levy, would you tell us about what you've been up to?
Yes, I actually put a presentation together about amateur astronomy.
Great.
Go ahead and share my screen. It is right here. Sure. I have it over here. It's a
So
slide.
do you want to do a little introduction of yourself first?
Oh yeah. I'm Levy. I'm from Bentonville, Arkansas, Northwest. I do a lot of astronomy. I'm into amateur astronomy because I know a lot of outreach events, stuff like that. So amateur astronomy, I know since quarantine, a lot of us are stuck at home and we can't do a lot. And I know a lot of people who started doing a lot of astronomy. And so, like when you're stuck at home, because you don't really have a lot to do at home. So I started doing astronomy back at home. I started with this telescope behind me. This is my first telescope I ever got. It's a Meade 60 millimeter. And I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about amateur astronomy because I know some people might be getting started on astronomy. And it's just very great to start astronomy. And I know if you join an astronomy group, some people will help you with astronomy and help you, decide what to do on like research. And there's like a lot of it to amateur astronomy. This is a quick thing. It's not too much because I know people could write pages and pages about amateur astronomy. I just decided to do a little bit because I didn't want to do too much because honestly, people could do segments on amateur astronomy. So I just have a little slideshow. This gorgeous picture right here. This is the Andromeda Galaxy. Thought it was pretty, so I added it in. How to start with astronomy. Research about astronomy. I researched a lot about astronomy. I started back probably when I was in second grade, and I read a lot of the astronomy books. I read every book about astronomy in my school library, and there's this one book that I really liked about nebulas, and it was kind of more and they were like, "Are you sure this is like a high school level book? Do you want this book?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do. I want this book. I'm going to research and I'm going to start doing astronomy." So I started researching and doing astronomy, and I've gone to a bunch of NASA centers and I've learned a lot from there, and a bunch about NASA space flight history and a whole bunch on, a supernova, a star's life. And last year, my mom got me this telescope. I actually seen the picture. This is the telescope, the same telescope I have behind me. Mine is slightly used. My mom got it off the Facebook Marketplace, and we picked it up, and we didn't know a lot about what was going to that telescope, what we would do with it. And so we took it out one night and we started observing the most of the easy objects. Easy objects that you can really find in the sky is Mars. You can find Mars very easily. It's very pretty to look at. Saturn, you could see the rings around Saturn's and the little holes in between the rings, around it. And you can see the moon. The moon is gorgeous to look at because there's like this rainbow rim around it showing the atmosphere, and it's very pretty. It's almost unrealistic. So I started observing easy objects, and then I was going to talk a little bit about astrophotography because I know a lot of people who own telescopes do astrophotography with their telescopes, and I do a little bit of astrophotography myself. It's not very skilled astrophotography, but I definitely have a lot of fun doing it, and you can see details in the pictures that I take. So you want to research about astronomy. This is a Horsehead Nebula over here, and you'll want to know where you can find things in the sky because you want to know, like even if you just stargaze and if you don't have a telescope, you want to know where you're able to see stars. Before I got my telescope, I wanted to know where I could find Saturn, Jupiter, the Orion Belt, and Mars, and the moon. Well, I mean, everyone can find the moon. So you definitely want to research a lot about stars and where to find them, a lot about astronomy and constellations where you can find them, because you'll be able to find them in the sky, you'll be able to look at supernovas, and you'll be able to look at a star map and know where a galaxy is in the sky and stuff like that. So I researched for a while, and researching is easy. You can also research with like books. You can research with books. You can research for NASA. There's videos online of like NASA talking about the wrong. So you can also see you can see videos online of NASA talking about new missions going up soon. I know the James Webb Telescope. I've been very fascinated by that for a while. And so there's some easy things you can research with. It's very helpful if you have a telescope to research, because it's just an essential skill to be able to know where constellations are, galaxies, and know about them. And be able to identify what you're looking at for your lens. Research on what telescope to get. And so my first telescope was a Newtonian, and I know when people think of telescopes, they usually think of the Newtonian mount. Newtonians and Dobsonians are the same exact thing, they're just on a different mount. And so the Newtonian telescope is kind of a little bit easier to know what you're doing, because I know with a Dobsonian, when I got my Dobsonian, I didn't really know a lot what to do with it. I'm like, okay, this is weird because it's on a different mounted base. So I would pick a telescope that meets your needs, because I know some people out there may be like pro astronomers and some may be amateur, but I would just pick some that meets your needs. You can get a panhandle mount on your Newtonian. Panhandle mounts are very nice to have to spin your telescope around. Those are very nice to have. So I would suggest a Newtonian if you're an amateur. And then we have the Rosette Nebula over here. It's very pretty, it's a little picture. And then I would start observing. So I mean, a lot of people think that you can just get a telescope and get amazing images like the Hubble telescope gets, but you don't have to worry about that at all. You don't have to worry about that because NASA has a telescope that's up in space, and that you have a Newtonian telescope down on Earth. You're not going to get the same images or results without extremely hard work. So I wouldn't be like pressuring yourself to get an image of like a perfect nebula on the first night you have your telescope. Because I remember the first night that I got my telescope and I took it out into the yard, Saturn was beautiful, but compared to the pictures I saw on Google and NASA's website, it looked a little bit off. And I realized, wait, they have a full space telescope and all I have is Newtonian. I'm prepared for a 60 millimeter Newtonian. So I wouldn't pressure yourself to get amazing images of high quality, because this does take a lot of work to, do an image of like a nebula. Now, I know NASA takes a lot of time to send a telescope into space, so I just wouldn't pressure yourself too much. You can see Jupiter's Galilean moons. I love seeing them. It's very cool. They were all in a straight line. You could see Jupiter and you see 1, 2, 3, 4. And I went up and I would start naming them all. And it's just, I wouldn't pressure yourself to get a photo like the ones you see on Google. So definitely that. And Mars too. Mars is great to observe. I went to my backyard one night with my Newtonian telescope and I saw Mars and it was so beautiful. The beauty of like observing the night sky is like really seeing those details, because I mean that's your hard work that you put to, you know, find it in the sky and point it, put the lens in and look in and do astrophotography. That's your work. So Mars is great to look at too. It's very cool thinking that our generation will soon be going to Mars too. So start observing the night sky. And then astrophotography. I know some people out there, they use cell phones. I've always used a cell phone. I don't have a professional camera. So I use a phone. I use a cell phone to take my pictures. I have an adapter that I use. And now some people out there can use cameras too, you know, cameras that you can get from the store, which are good too. You can get the most high quality images with a camera like that. You don't have to edit much, but when you take pictures with a phone, you have to edit them a lot more because your phone is used to the settings on Earth and the lighting's weird and you have to control the brightness and a bunch of that stuff. So I use a phone, but I would start with simple objects before you go hardcore to you know, nebulas and stuff like that. So I use a cell phone. I know some people out there use a camera, so yeah. That was it. Here, let me stop screen sharing. But that was a little bit on amateur astronomy. I know it wasn't a lot because I know people could write full chapter books about amateur astronomy. I just wanted to do a little because I want to do a lot more on amateur astronomy, on how it works, and a little bit more on what to buy. That was just a quick slideshow.
Livy, that was fantastic. Your enthusiasm shines right
That
through.
was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yay.
People can look at astrophotography apps for their iPhone or smartphone. And excellent.
And before we go, I want to make sure Larry Lebowski is here from the University of Arizona, and he is part of the Girl Scouts Reach for the Stars program, and he's doing some really cool things there with Girl Scouts, and I wanted to invite him to share some of that. I don't know, Larry, are you able to share your screen, or did you?
Well, I'll try.
All right, give it a shot. I love this
I don't
picture behind
guarantee,
you.
but I'm going to try.
Okay. Libby, have you ever thought about joining the Girl Scouts?
Am I sharing?
I used to be a Girl Scout. Actually, I still do Girl Scouts. You haven't met in a long time. I used to go to camps and stuff, so I'm very familiar with that.
Excellent.
Maybe she can start an astronomy club in her area. That would
Yeah.
be
Okay, am I on?
You're on, Larry.
Okay, so just want to give in context, we've been doing astronomy camps with Don McCarthy. It started out for about 10 or 11 years as part of James Webb Telescope, working with the local Girl Scouts and then Girl Scouts nationally. And then the last 5 years, we've been doing it with part of Girl Scout Stars. We started out working at one of the camps that the local Girl Scouts have, and then we were fortunate enough to be able to move to this random site north of Tucson, and you might recognize the facility in the back, which is Biosphere 2.
Yeah.
So I actually, the room that I stay in actually has a view like this, so it's actually very nice. So we get to do astronomy, fairly dark site, daytime activities, daytime observing, safely looking at the sun, but also then tour the biosphere. And see if I can go down. So lots and lots and lots and lots of activities that we do. We basically end up working about 18 hours a day. You can ask Jessica about that. It's really intensive. because we just have a limited amount of time. So I'm going to talk about just one activity we do. It's called classifying solar system objects. So you have an idea in your mind when you think about something and based on your prior experience. So most of you, when you think about, hi, there's a cat in my yard, you might see this little guy over here. Cats like this do not exist where I live north of downtown Tucson, only a few miles. This is more like the cat we have. We have bobcats wandering through. So when you know, your perception of what a cat is, what a dog versus a coyote might be, is dependent on your prior experience. And as you go through life, your experiences change, your ideas may change. You might have to vary how you perceive things. Let me get rid of the chat window. Sorry about that. I don't know how to get rid of the chat or the view over here.
We can't
So-
see it on ours. So
You can? Okay,
no,
good.
you're good.
So
Yeah.
on the right here, one of the activities is an activity, a classification activity, which is basically taking a group of 12 spheres, and I hand them the spheres in a bag, have them take the objects out and say, you know, here is a set of objects. Extremely important details on what I want you to do. And then I say, sort them. And they usually look at me and go, well, what do you want us to do? I told you, sort them. So they basically group them into whatever they want to do. Here it looks like impart size or color. Do they have holes in them? What's their texture? What's their density? Some of them are dog toys. You can squeeze them and they make noise. And so there's really, when you're sorting objects, there's not necessarily one correct answer. And that's true when you do astronomy. When you do astronomy, you're looking at what's a planet, what's a star. It may seriously depend on what you're interested in. Are you interested in atmospheres? Are you interested in planetary surfaces? Do you worry about the dynamics of the thing as it's cleared its space? So if you look at the dynamics of clearing its space, Pluto isn't a planet. But if you look at all the properties of an object like Pluto, it has an atmosphere, it has seasons, it's a dynamical body, it's a dynamic body, it has glaciers and other things like that. It has 6 moons. For those of us who study planetary surfaces, Pluto's a planet. End of story. Call it a dwarf planet, whatever it is, but it's more than just an asteroid. So here's a quiz, everybody. Here are 6 objects. Which one is a planet?
I'm going to say A.
Say all of them.
All
of them? Okay, in our solar system, there are 8 planets as we define them. There are no planets outside our solar system because of how International Astronomical Union has defined it.
All right.
There are these objects which sort of look like planets, but they're exoplanets. They actually do not, they are not, by definition, they are not planets. A planet must revolve around the sun, end of story. So anybody else want to say A? All of them? Anything else? Oh, come on, guys. You've probably looked at some of these through your
A and
telescopes.
B is being quoted on chat.
Okay.
Is C the far side of the moon?
Your guess is as good as mine.
C looks like Mercury, right?
Okay. So C is a planet. If Mercury is a planet.
F isn't totally round.
Right.
So
F isn't totally round. B. Titan, which is larger than Mercury, is not a planet. It has an atmosphere that's thicker than our atmosphere. It goes around another body. So it is therefore, by definition, not a planet. If you're big in science fiction, if I think almost to a T, most of the bodies that people are on, from Star Wars to Avatar, those are actually moons of gas giants, but they're not planets, they're moons. So Mercury is a planet, doesn't have an atmosphere, doesn't have satellites, yet it is a planet. And Pluto, because it's smaller and farther from the sun, is not. Ceres is obviously about half the size of Pluto, and Pluto and Ceres are dwarf planets. And then there's Vesta, which if it didn't have this chunk taken out of it, would probably be a dwarf planet too. So there's context that you have to take into. So how you define what a planet is, what a star is, may be dependent on how you perceive things, or your prior knowledge is, what your interests are in, of how planets form, how stars form. Or you can look at the bodies and see, what is this object doing? Oh, it's burning helium or hydrogen, then it's a star. And it's not dependent on how it formed. And so that's just a nice little activity to give people context about how we define things. So it's one of about a dozen activities we do over the 3-day period. And I'm done.
Larry, I love that. That's a great way to introduce things. It's really nice to.
And to me, it's really important to put it in the context of the science. So you have the activity, but how is it important to me, who used to be a scientist when I was much younger, but went into education?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So great.
Stop sharing. Yep. I think I'm out.
Awesome.
Any questions? Nope.
I have
No
one,
comment.
Yeah.
One guy says he has many pieces of Vesta.
Yeah. You had a question?
I have one, Larry. How much of what we used to do in the ARIBSI program, or TL-RIBSI, has been built into this program?
A little bit of it. I think a lot of what we do is either, some of it is based on that, some of it has roots similar to what ASP does. So, I mean, in a lot of cases, what I've done is, or what we've done is take activities and build upon them. So there are a few things that are, have similar roots. And I mean, TL-RIBSI had stuff that originated, in distant past history. And so you see that in a lot of the activities that all of us have been doing. I mean, it's the old story that there are very few original activities. We all build our activities upon other things. I mean, obviously, we've got an activity called Explore a Planet, which was done by somebody at NASA, and I wish to heck I knew who it was, which was called Planet X. We got away from Planet X because there are 4 different versions of what a Planet X is. So Arizona State University does one with clay. I think Lunar and Planetary Institute does the same thing. There's one similar to that in the Girl Scout the Girl Scout badges, and we do it slightly differently. So it depends, But yeah, roots, who knows what activities, where they actually came from. We try to make sure that we do give credit for what we do. So, but yeah, some of them are either ideas we got from TL-RIBSI or parallel TL-RIBSI, was sort of, oh, look, they're doing something similar to what we're doing. I wonder where we both got those ideas from.
Do they do much spectroscopy at all?
We do a little bit basic spectroscopy of looking at various lights and stuff like that. So it's as much as we can do in 3 days and 3 nights, literally probably 50 to 60 hours. So sleep is the one thing you don't get when we do it.
Right.
Larry, remind me what TL-RIBSI stands for. I've forgotten.
Teacher, leader, research-based science education. It was a program that came out of NOAA, and they had a National Science Foundation grant, and it morphed into astronomy research-based science education. And the last year, I was in the last group of it. It was 2008, and we spent 2 weeks at Kitt Peak. And but this was before we had Zoom and all that good stuff. We were taking things by Blackboard over the course of the entire spring semester to qualify to come. It was fantastic, and we were put in research groups. So I wound up in the AGN group, and I've always loved that. So
yeah, a lot of what we did, our stuff started out as project artist, astronomy teacher in service training.
Okay.
And it was more for elementary and middle school teachers, because that's where we felt the need was. So we came in from the lower level of trying to get second, third, fourth, fifth grade, sixth, seventh, eighth grade teachers engaged in astronomy. So a lot of art and literature and other good things like that.
The Girl Scout badges have taken many pieces from many of these programs and turned them into things that, that are specifically useful for the Girl Scouts. And the Girl Scouts have some really interesting ways of some frameworks that they use about, what they want the girls to get out of it. So they're amazing badges. I think they've done a really incredible job, and it was fun to have you all as partners on this. It's great.
Yeah, it was a great group.
Yeah, for sure. You can, let's see. Oh, I wanted to say too that the reason this is related at all to Night Sky Network, besides the Girl Scout astronomy clubs, which have an astronomy club component, is that each of the badges have, oh, there's a hand behind me. Someone's making himself dinner. Each of the Girl Scout badges have a component that encourages them to visit their local astronomy club for an outreach event, or go to a local planetarium or science center, so that they can experience the night sky with experts who do this all the time. And that's you all, the amateur astronomers out there. So part of what we're also doing with that is we're training amateur astronomy club members and informal educators across the world, actually, to do great girl-centric outreach, and making sure that we are thinking about girls and the ways that they learn best, and making our outreach as welcoming as possible to girls in particular. So if you are interested in taking one of these courses, they will be offered, I think, 4 times over the next year. If you're an amateur astronomer or an informal educator, I encourage you to, there's a bit.ly, it's bit.ly/astroall. And you're welcome to join. They are really fun and engaging courses. And I think a lot of amateurs have gotten a lot out of those over the years. Thank you for putting that in the chat. If you want to share that, Scott, there's a bit.ly there. And you can sign up there. It's got a lot of information about how to make your astronomy outreach welcoming to girls, and specifically how to work with some of these badge steps and what will help, I think it's something that we recognize in amateur astronomy clubs in the US, that they're, a lot of our members are older and a lot of our members are male. So we want to make our astronomy clubs as welcoming as possible to girls and women. And there are some really simple ways to do that. So we're helping to share that information. So I know Lou had a really cool thing he wanted to share. I wonder, Scott, do we need to take a break, or should we just head on through this next hour?
That's up to you.
Anybody else? I want to see what Lou has to offer. He always has the most amazing things.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to hear Lou.
Okay, so let's just keep going. And I want to just thank all the Girl Scout presenters. I understand it's 8 o'clock here now, or 11 o'clock if you're on the East Coast. So thank you so much for joining us. It's a great program, and I am excited to see where it goes over the next, who knows how long. Take care. All right, Lou, it's all you.
Okay, it's late, so I won't spend much time on this. This is a really fun piece of software, and I'm putting the URL for it in the chat right there. And some of you who've worked with NASA education before know this very well. It's called Eyes On. And NASA, through their JPL Field Center, has produced 3 pieces of very cool 3D modeling software. Eyes on the solar system, which I'm going to show you in a second, Eyes on Earth, and Eyes on exoplanets. So if you go to Eyes On, you can download the software real quickly. It's easy. It runs on PCs or Macs, probably Linux systems too. And let me show you what it looks like. I think this is it. Nope, that's not it. Let's try this again. How about this? Are you seeing my screen?
Seeing a screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Lou,
So
I'm
here-
sorry, could you share that link one more time just so everybody can follow along? We didn't get that one.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Great. Never mind. Jessica found it. It's eyes.nasa.gov. Should get most of you there.
So if you go to Eyes on the Solar System, you download it and you go to the website and click Start. Here's what you'll see. And you can move this around in space like this. You can speed up time and watch things orbit. Well, one of the coolest things that you can do, it has a lot of solar system objects in here. It also has solar system probes in here.
Cool.
So if you go down over to this menu here and click on spacecraft, and well, let's see, we'll say a spacecraft to one of the planets and moons. And I'm just going to say Saturn. Let's see. So that takes me to the planet Saturn with some pretty good high resolution images of its rings. And you can see the shadows on the back of the rings. Thought that what I was going to do here was get to spacecraft. There we go. Outer planet. Whoops. Oh, we'll do Mars.
Really excellent graphics. Beautiful.
Yeah, they took a long time to put this together. Outer planets. And I'm going to go to my favorite mission, Voyager 1. Go. And it will take you to the spacecraft. There's Voyager 1 out way beyond the edges of the sun's influence. And you can rotate it, take a look around, look back towards Earth. And the orientation of all of these spacecraft is precisely the orientation that they have. They've downloaded what they call the C matrix from the spacecraft. So wherever their spacecraft is pointed at the time that you're looking at it, that's the right orientation.
That's cool.
Lou may make a comment.
Sure.
You are a sun-centered person. I am a small body person. The sun has an influence beyond Voyager. It's called the Oort cloud and also the Kuiper belt.
That's true. That's true. So when I say beyond the sun's influence, I guess I meant magnetic electric field influence.
As opposed to gravitational.
What Larry's talking about is the furthest reaches of the sun's gravitational effect, which is darn close to a light year away from the sun. So
there's a good example of how you define something. Sorry to disturb.
Yeah. lots of definitions. Good point, Larry. That's a really good point. So Eyes on the Solar System. Download it, play with it. They have tutorials that'll walk you through various missions. Just a lot of fun.
So cool. Thank you for sharing that, Lou. I loved it.
Thanks, Lou.
Well, you all do amazing outreach, and I'm really excited to be working with you on these. Yeah, Scott's already downloaded.
Yeah, I'm already there.
He's an early adopter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excellent. We have a whole lot more to go before the night is over, and we only have about 48 minutes left. We have some people who are joining us from all over the country. Got Dave Warner and Eileen Grabowski, and I think we have, let's see, Jay is in there, and Dave, oh yeah, I said Dave. Luana might be joining us too. Is she on yet? Let's see. Yeah, she's here too. Wonderful. There is amazing astronomy outreach happening all over the world, even in the face of a pandemic. And there is so much happening online. I wanted to say you can always find astronomy events happening online that amateur astronomy clubs are sharing. And if you want to just look at a whole list of those any old day of the week, you can do there's a bit.ly there that's, again, bit.ly, and then you /NSN virtual. I'm going to copy that and paste it into here. Hopefully we can share that one. There are a number of astronomy events happening at any given time. So feel free, if you get in the mood for astronomy and Scott is not live streaming, to go there and enjoy some of the outreach events that are happening. Let's see. We've got, so I just made up an order here, but if anyone wants to share some of what they've been doing with their astronomy outreach this year, or even what they hope to be doing next year, the end of this year, we'd love to hear from you. I've got Jay is on. I don't know if you had anything in particular.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, there you are. Okay, yeah.
I apologize. I've been on for the whole tour tonight. Okay. And you haven't seen me though, because actually I'm set up outside here in Charleston, South Carolina, my backyard, and I'm imaging. And the weather's such that you have to grab every opportunity. The weather's been terrible, and yet tonight is clear till sun up, and tomorrow we have rain again. So you grab it when you got it. Well, I appreciate being invited, Vivian. I thank Scott for hosting this. I like his, and I listen to his Friday programs. And of course, I use David's articles in the newsletter. I do the newsletter for our local club here. I've done the newsletter for 2 other clubs, even from afar, currently a member of 4 astronomy clubs. So I've always joined a club wherever I've lived. It's always been a great community. I've been interested in astronomy since I was a kid and the space race. I asked my parents for a telescope. Instead, I got a chemistry set and ended up as a pharmacist. Don't know what I would have ended up had I gotten that telescope. But when I was adult, I did finally get my first one. 2 ends of the hobby. I started out visual, got into astrophotography when I realized there was a lot more out there than you can actually see through the telescope, even though I do enjoy seeing. And I love to do public outreach. And I've done outreach in 4 different clubs that have been really tops in the list for the Night Sky Network: the San Antonio Astronomy Association, South Florida, and the Astronomy Society of the Palm Beaches. And now I'm located in Charleston, South Carolina, in the local club here. Let me share the screen. Hopefully you can see that slide.
Yeah.
Okay, so the local Low Country Stargazers, primarily Charleston, South Carolina, but we do have a lot of members from surrounding counties, and we've done a lot of programs in surrounding counties. Okay, why won't the screen change? Let me get this up here. And let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the club's a little over 25 years. However, as I've experienced with some clubs, it has its peaks and then it has its ebbs. And when I moved to Charleston, helped reinvigorate the club back in 2014 from basically what was a dormant group to now a quite thriving local club of 95 plus members that consist of a lot of visual observers, a number of astrophotographers, and we have many astronomy hobbyists that just like interacting with the public, helping us with outreach. Many of them don't even own a telescope, but are very knowledgeable and always helpful when we do public events. And we've done many of them, mimicking some of the things that I've experienced in other clubs that I belonged to when I was in other cities. We do a weekly event at a local park in downtown Charleston. And even though we're in the heart of the city where you have lots of lights, there's still plenty that we show people. We were doing those programs every Wednesday night, Astronomy in the Park. We publicize in a lot of local media that has drawn a lot of attention. We continue to get emails about whether or not we're going to be doing anything live out in the public. But of course, unfortunately, a lot of everything we're doing face-to-face is on hold. You can see here, we were fortunate to be recognized by the Night Sky Network for our programs in 2019. We logged many events. We've done the Girl Scouts. You saw that early slide at the very beginning of tonight's program. That was the Girl Scouts out at the James Island County Park, where we set up library lonoscopes as well as some of our own and worked with them. We've done Boy Scouts, we've done library programs, school programs. We've done an annual STEM program. So our programs are both day and nighttime. A lot of times we're doing solar work during the day and of course showing things that are up in the sky at night. Always enjoyed hands-on outreach and very appreciative of the toolkits that the Night Sky Network has given us for doing outreach. You can see some of that here. The solar system model has always been a big hit. Not all the programs, however, we're able to use in the dark, but when we do school programs and library programs, we do make use of all the programs. Everyone likes to look through a telescope, young and old. And it's unfortunate that since the pandemic, all of that has been put on hold. So we've had to think about how do we do public outreach going forward. And it actually started a little bit with local meeting that I participate in for the South Florida Club. One thing about Zoom and WebEx and a few of the other online programs is that even though I belong to other clubs, I never really saw those people. I just enjoyed getting the newsletters because their monthly meetings were live. They weren't basically broadcast as things are today. Now I actually get to see folks and see good old friends and fellow astronomers in San Antonio and South Florida from my home here in Charleston. But the South Florida Club does a program every Saturday night from their observatory and broadcasts that through WebEx. And they were putting a camera on their telescopes, but a few nights in the beginning, they had poor weather. And it just so happened that the skies here in Charleston were clear. So I set up my telescope and attached cameras to them and shared my screen like I'm sharing it now. So we were doing live sky tours by sharing what I was actually seeing in real time using those web programs. So we went from hands-on outreach and now we're into kind of social distancing. We've been fortunate to have a relationship with the county parks here in Charleston, and they've given us space that we use wide open field with 360-degree views that is near the beach away from the city. And they're allowing us back out, but of course they want a social distance. So in terms of the numbers of people are limited, keeping people apart, and so forth. But nonetheless, we're starting at least to get out right now, members only, but we're working to consider starting back a program where we'll invite the public. But we've done virtual sky tours, but I call them live sky tours because we're actually showing live images. You can see some of the pictures here. I have a number of different telescope setups. In this particular case, I've got 2 refractors with cameras on them, and both sharing proprietary software and SharpCap. You can actually stack images. I wouldn't necessarily consider them in terms of deep space astrophotography, but you can see some of the pictures that you can bring on the screen and share your screen. And normally I'll take requests from people who've joined us, and they'll ask me to salute at different objects, and as long as they're visible in our nighttime sky, I will show them. We were actually fortunate. I had posted the very first live sky tour for our own club's monthly meeting on the Night Sky Network calendar. And I got an email from a teacher in Los Angeles who asked if he could have his daughter and her classmates join. And I was glad to welcome them. And they've been with us twice. And we've had at our last live sky tour 60 students and family members from Kessler Elementary School in Los Angeles. So
That's incredible. I love that.
So in some respects, when I think about the limitations from the pandemic, it's opened up a lot more opportunity to share the things that we do. Very easy to share pictures of the planets. You don't need expensive equipment or expensive telescopes. Basically, you're showing video. The moon, of course, we did show the recent conjunction. And then, of course, I can take, 30-second exposures, stack them in real time, and give some decent images. You'll see here, you've got the Orion Nebula. We had, I think this was Comet Neowise in the lower picture. And of course, everybody likes to see the moons of Jupiter. So I basically overexposed to pull in the moons. So we've done that. What we're working on in terms of getting back out in the public, and we'll be testing this at the end of January, taking the banner idea from the Night Sky Network. I expanded the PVC piping to hold a very large movie screen, and I will be projecting from my laptop so that we can keep people a bit away from us directly, and at the same time be able to project the image on a large enough screen that can be seen far away. We've also been using monitors connected to the telescopes and the camera. You see that in the upper pictures. And one of our club members got this new scope. I'm not trying to do any advertising per se. It's called the Evo scope. It's kind of one of these automatic scopes. You basically turn it on. It's got a built-in camera. It automatically goes to the object and tracks it. And it shares the image through basically an iPhone or an Android phone. And you can see the actual images that he took testing this in downtown Charleston. These 4 images from the scope. And so it's another concept that we may try out, but I do think there's a limit in terms of the number of iPhones that can connect to it, so to speak, at the same time. But again, number of opportunities to do. I know everyone likes to look through an eyepiece, but unfortunately, for the safety of club members as well as the public, I don't think we're going to be doing that in the near term. So we will at least be able to show images by projecting them. And in some cases, we'll show more detail than a faint fuzzy that you see through the eyepiece. So we'll actually be able to show detail in some of the globular clusters and detail in some of the galaxies, and even pull out color in some of the nebula that we're able to project. So this is where I think our future is going to be in the near term. And I just hope at some point we get back to normal, but I am just not sure exactly when that's going to be.
Jay, that's great. I am really looking forward to getting back to normal as well. Maybe better than normal, because now we have all these new skills that we can share with lots of people.
Blend it all together.
Yeah.
All together.
Somebody was asking if that was an EV scope. It is, yes. Scott put a link in there. Unistellar optics is where you find that. So Jay, that leads so perfectly into what they've been doing in Oklahoma City. I can't help but bring you guys up next because you've been doing some amazing things. We've got 3 people here from Oklahoma City Astronomy Club. Well, actually, Mark, are you from Oklahoma City as well? Or are you working with them through the Amateur Radio Society?
I'm from Oklahoma City area
You
also.
are too.
So yeah.
Okay, great. I thought so. I wasn't sure. So we've got Eileen Grabowski, who's one of my favorite astronomy outreach heroes that I know. She's done astronomy outreach and is making really cool new outreach happen in the pandemic. And so I wanted to share some of what they were doing. Peter Core is also here, and Mark Klein. Am I saying that right, Klein?
That is correct.
Excellent. So y'all let me know what you'd like me to share. And I've got some pictures here that I'm happy to put up, but let me know what you need. And I am here with you.
Hey, Vivian, Peter here. Yes. If I could share screen, I kind of arranged all of that. And then if Mark wants to pull something else out, he'll let you know.
Even better. Go for it.
And while they're doing that, let me just explain that as a high school, I teach a 1-semester high school astronomy course, but I learned very quickly that the best way to get kids involved is to get them out observing. And so that meant contact the local astronomy clubs, of which I've always become a member. So we have Oklahoma City Astronomy Club. We have Odyssey Astronomy Club, which is down just south of Norman, Oklahoma. It's really in a rural area, but we have a really small pot of active observers. And then I'm also the amateur astronomer assigned to work with the Girl Scout Astronomy Club of Western Oklahoma. So we totally believe in getting kids out observing, and we have an active observing program in a regular year. The problem comes COVID. And so we over the years, we've developed some other techniques that I said, let's see if we can apply this to the Great Conjunction. And normally and Peter and Mark will tell you, and Mark has brought the ham radio component in so that we can get it live streamed and all that during that whole pandemic. So who wants to go first, Peter or Mark?
I can go first.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay. And then Mark will tail end.
Okay.
And okay.
And that's the thing. I try to get other people observed, so they're not just hearing Astronomy by Eileen Grabowski. They're getting to work with other people who are excited, and this gets kids excited, and I can't, say enough. The other thing that my students do, I always use Night Sky Network activities. I offer a service learning component of my courses so the kids use the activities, and normally they would go out and do these with elementary students. We have our own Star Lab dome that's sitting all wrapped up because we can't go in it because of COVID. So anyway, so these guys have helped me be really creative over the years, and I've had a succession of several people. And we even have a meteorologist who helps us to plan and give updated forecasts so we can do things. And I have a group of alums who come out with us from time to time as their schedules permit. So this has been an ongoing thing, but we needed to show people, and we didn't want to have masses of people. We also wanted to do it safely. We did not advertise. I invited the faculty and staff of Norman North High School, who have been religious in wearing masks and everything else. And so we've been fortunate up to this point. I got my first dose of vaccine today. And so Peter, tell us more.
All right. Hey, thanks, Vivian, again for the invite. And everyone can see the screen I'm sharing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
we
Just
see many
making sure.
pictures.
Anyway, yeah. As just to tail end there, Eileen, I've been fortunate here in Norman, Oklahoma, to be involved with all the clubs that she mentioned, and I've been teaming up with Eileen and the high school students for the last decade or so with our almost weekly observing sessions just outskirts of town. Anyways, myself, while my interest has always been in visual astronomy, I like to tinker around with technology and just bring in what Jade talked about in bringing technology into outreach. This is just a quick overview of the real-time astro video that we've been using in our systems. So prior to the current COVID situation, I've got it's a pretty simple setup. I use either 4-inch, 6-inch, or 8-inch telescope. It's a off-the-shelf CCTV analog camera. The only difference is there's a couple of those that will actually integrate images, the individual video images on board, so you can get up to about 4 8-second exposure. So this is on a 4-inch, that's on a 8-inch scope with the ring there. And I'll go through, for example, so this is with the Norman North High School group.
Peter, we're just seeing your slide shots.
Yeah, we just have all the slides, not the individual pictures.
Yeah.
Are you on the right page?
Yeah, I am. I'm showing, hold on. If I double click this, does this show up? No.
Nope. You're just on a folder with a bunch of slides.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can. It looks like I'll have to share the whole desktop.
Yeah, it's been happening tonight. I've noticed that too.
Thank you. All right. So double click and you should see both.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
So
sounds
that's a
good. We were
4-inch.
listening. Yeah.
That's that little, whoops, that's the end. So with Eileen and the Norman North High School group, it's a great way that we can get multiple students. The first and foremost is always still visual observation, but with a little pocket projector and a little screen out in the open, we can project the whatever we've captured or in real time, almost real time, onto the screen. The applications that we do as well is to put in a diffraction grading so we can get basic spectroscopy of the stars, for the students to take a look at. And, with the color capture, they can learn about the color emissions and the corresponding elements. We also do the outreach out to special needs children's group, and this is where we do the walk on the moon, where I project the moon down onto, and this is just onto a projection screen that's laid out onto the grass mat, and the kids love either walking on the moon or just laying down there. With the Oklahoma City Club, we have International Observe the Moon Night. You'll see the project up on the tall tripod, and this is usually the entrance, and then the club has a dozen or 2 dozen scopes out on the left for the public to take a look at. And then in this picture you can see again the setup tripod, and this is analog video. We've been kind of tweaking this for the last 10 years, so this is pretty basic stuff compared to what's available this day and age. We also do outreach out by the Paseo Art District in Oklahoma City. And again, I like the projecting onto the floor model, especially when space is a constraint. And that way, it's the whoever turns up, I joke with them, they can always go back and tell everyone they walked on the moon tonight. Other areas is such as, this is from a series of talks that Eileen and a few of the astronomy groups and the University of Oklahoma the astronomy club and program. They organize postcards from the universe, and after each astronomy-related talk at the Sam Noble Museum of Natural History, we again have a observing event out there, and you can see several video scopes, and I have that projected onto the ground.
Very cool.
And just a couple of gallery, this is just on a small 4-inch. You get M51 with a nice satellite trail through it. You get Jupiter, and this is a single shot. This is what you'll see out of a scope with a Barlow lens, and this again 6-inch out of a for Orion Nebula. The neat thing is when Orion Nebula is rising up on the eastern sky, for us at least, there's a bunch of geostationary satellites that track across the nebula, and it's pretty neat to see them trail across in real time, and the students and the kids really like that as well. 2 years ago, 2019, early in the year, the lunar eclipse, and we project that onto a wall, and it makes a good selfie or a Instagram-worthy picture. You stand in front of it, and they get other people will take a picture of it as well, and then dovetailing in this with my other hobby of amateur radio is in a couple of the events. What we do is I do a video capture and something like this, and it gets transmitted out on radio frequencies as a slow scan TV, and that way it actually reaches out to a different audience altogether for the local amateur radio operators here, where they, I'm sending this picture out via a separate RF channel, and they are receiving it. I'm basically encoding the picture onto a audio stream, and then they decode it in real time. And this is the latest, what Eileen was saying with the current COVID situation. We set it up so that it was quarter moon that night, and so we project it onto the wall, and that way, as people come in masked and socially distanced, they can see get up close to a scope. I've got both the first quarter moon there and the conjunction up, and it's pretty neat. Lots of people like, you stand in front of it, take a photo, and then next one's along the way.
I think this was this might have been my favorite picture of the conjunction, of what people did for the conjunction. Y'all did an amazing job for that.
Yeah. Mark or Eileen, you got anything else to share? I think Mark handled all the dual streaming and everything else. Did you, Mark? Go ahead.
Go
ahead, Mark.
Okay, this time we put some analog converters that took the output of Peter's 2 telescopes. He had one on the moon and then one on the conjunction, and we put that into a piece of software called OBS, Open Broadcast Studio, and we'd shoot out one of those images. The image that you see on the right there, on the Peter's got on the screen, is the one from the moon. And then Peter, don't you have one with both? There you go. And the one on the left is the image that we were pushing out of YouTube. Went through Zoom and YouTube, like tonight is happening. And you can see Jupiter on the top left. You could actually see the couple of the moons up there in the Jupiter. And then you can see the rings of Saturn down on the bottom right in the same image. So that was what we were shooting out. And then we did some combinations where we would use that Open Broadcast Studio stuff to put the moon in there to let people look at some moon shots as it was going through, since it was a pretty static display of the two just sitting there on the piece. We put it out on YouTube, and like Eileen said, we took very good care not to advertise the public event. And I think we were in the 100 folks, somewhere in that range locally, but we advertised the video links on the Oklahoma City Astronomy section and the amateur radio websites. And I think it ended up with about 250 visitors on the online sections, and they just got to see the videos as it was coming off the video encoder. The video encoder is about $10, so it takes the video off of Peter's camera and goes into direct into the computer, and then goes straight out Zoom and straight out to YouTube. We're working on a way to do a higher resolution camera, and that's the next project to make it a little bit tighter video. But yeah, that was kind of neat. We got the people walking on the moon and standing up with the selfies, and they were all night standing there. You can see those two sitting there. Peter, don't you have one that's just you get the selfie camera in the picture?
Yeah, this one
right there. You can see the selfie camera on the left-hand side of it. I think it's kind of cool to watch the people trying to take the pictures. And I agree, that's the greatest shot there. But so we got the combination of on-site and in person. And like Peter said, we did some nebula shots, a test piece the night before, and got some geosync satellites going through it. And that was a lot of fun as well.
And we really felt fortunate because last spring, we literally only got one observation in. We just had such bad weather in Oklahoma. And this semester, even with COVID, we were able to get 10. We handed out Night Sky Network charts to everybody who came. We also had about 10 other scopes set up that people could sort of trick or treat from scope to scope and stay social distance. We let them be in their family friend pod. But we would just, we didn't have to remind anybody. There was one person, my husband said, he ran his birding scope, and people were fascinated because everybody thinks you get a very low view, or a very low magnification, and they were looking at 60x at everything and loving it. But there was one person who didn't have a mask, and he just kind of, walked around. We just social distanced ourselves to stay away from those people. But that was only one person, and she came over from the trailer park across the street at the very end. So we were in good shape, and we felt fortunate. We would have had hundreds. When we did the Lunar Star Party at the museum for the eclipse in 2019, we had over 350 people show up, and we only advertised through our Thursday folders. So we know, and when we do our astronomy lecture series and things like that, we have standing room only, and we have to turn people away at the museum. So astronomy is alive and well in Norman, Oklahoma. Our problem is we like everybody else, we want to see this over and done so we can move on and do more live stuff and get more people excited.
And Mark, are you sharing the live stream? Is
That's
that
that's the part of the live stream that we were putting out. You can see Jupiter in the top left and see the moons up above and down below. And
live right now?
Separate. No, this was conjunction.
This was conjunction night.
Okay, duh.
No, this is conjunction, and then we put the
those
moon on there.
back together again.
Yeah, well, technically we can do that with
Nice.
video processing, but
We're a
that's
good
really
spaceship.
that's really not the idea of the whole thing.
And Mark, do you have a link? Because isn't it still up? Can you
it is.
put the link
It
in
is
the
still up,
chat?
and it's the link that's on my video that shows w5nor.org/sky.
Great.
We'll get you that video, and this is the little $10 device that we use to put the analog into the computer and make that happen. Let's see. I think, Peter, I've got that video, that nebula video tech behind here. If I can get, there it is. That's the nebula video that we did in our first test run. And you can see vertically, you can see the geosynchronous satellites through that image. That's the details on that, Peter?
No, I haven't go check up the caps on it yet.
No, but I mean the integration. Was that
Oh, this was like 4 seconds, and then this is where you dial down the brightness so you don't have the outer edges of the wisp, the outer wisp edges of M42.
Yep,
That's great. Well, you all are being so creative in this time. I am really thrilled, and I was listening, or Eileen was texting in the chat over here about how much wind Oklahoma has, and projecting images really has a lot of advantages, but we are all benefiting from your projection. So thank you so much. That's great. Really cool.
All right, thanks for having us.
Yeah, I think it was nice. It was nice because you're showing, lots of other people how this can be done inexpensively, but with a very high quality effect, so it's great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We use you as one of our examples on our page about how to hold virtual events because you do such
Yikes.
great works. No, it's
Well,
good.
And it's all cell phone, it's all cell phone connections. It's basically it's one laptop and a cell phone is plus those little converters is all it is on top of the normal camera gear off of Peter's telescopes.
Yeah, and just FYI, those these are the old analog CCTV cameras. They run less, they run about 100 or less a pop. As Mark says, we're trying to get into the new HDMI stuff, but that's a whole other. You can do it. I've done it with DSLRs with the HDMI feed out, but trying to stream that and project that and stuff like that. A lot of stuff that I use is surplus gear, so it's all the older analog stuff.
It's great. It works really well. I'm really impressed.
Yep.
So the key thing is to find people who share your passion and invite them and share with everybody, because I know my students benefit. They're the definite beneficiaries and their families. So
yeah.
Very cool.
And the Girl Scouts had their scope set up, and the person who is the president of the Odyssey Astronomy Club kind of mentored them that night, and they learned all sorts of stuff just from running theirs and running into trouble. And Nick Lazaro gave, a suggestion. So he says, why don't they have a red dot? And I said, because it didn't come with the Girl Scout scopes. And that's one thing we need. We need a red dot finder, so we're working on it. We just have lost our Girl Scout astronomy STEM person, and we haven't had anybody replaced in a long time. So
You need to give me a phone call. Okay.
Yeah, talk to
I know
Scott.
there's some red dots somewhere.
Oh.
I'll make sure you guys get connected.
I'll put my cell phone down here for you.
Dave is with us too, and he did a really cool thing for the conjunction. I was pretty amazed about. I don't know, Dave, I know we just talked, I said earlier, we ran into each other on a different webinar this morning. And I said, hey, Dave, come join us. And I'm so thrilled that you've been here tonight. And you told me a little bit about what you did with the Great Conjunction too. And I just said, tell everybody about it. I think it's awesome.
Sure, be happy to do that. Yeah, we had about an hour, I think, between the one meeting and jumping to this one practically. So yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Dave Warner with the Colorado Springs Astronomical Society. So we have the misfortune or great fortune, if you think about Purple Mountains, Majesties, and all the fruited plains that America the Beautiful song is written about. Pikes Peak is to our immediate west. We don't have David Levy here to talk about that poetry, though. So, but anyway, of course, Jupiter and Saturn is setting immediately to the west, not very high up above the mountains, and of course, everybody in Colorado Springs lives right up against the mountains. So, it turned out in my particular case for our event that I had the solstice astronomy hike planned for our local park called Garden of the Gods. Had that planned since beginning of the year. I do all of my typical, not COVID years, I do all of my planning for how we do outreach about a year in advance so that I can mark off what of our events are going to be for the whole year. And so I already had planned with the Garden of the Gods to go on a solstice hike. This typically 30 people in a group. Sometimes we'll take two groups on a hike at night with just red light flashlights, no white light flashlights allowed. I actually have a box of about 30 red light flashlights that I can hand out to people if they want, or we could show them how to put a red balloon over their flashlight, or the picnic table material you can buy at Target for parties that put on your table. You can cover up your flashlight with that red, and it's okay. It's enough to, get us around the trails in the park. So, unfortunately with COVID, the park is like, hey, we can't really do this, because we're limited to, fewer numbers than 30 or 60 people, even though we're outside, social distancing, wearing masks and all that. We had to, comply with COVID rules. And so there's like, hey, can you do a virtual event? Which, I bow down to all the people that are doing the virtual stuff, because that's incredible. And there's a lot of stuff that I want to do and haven't been able to do. Getting our different astronomy members involved and engaged in being able to hook up their cameras to their telescopes and sharing it on a meeting software and getting it broadcast. That's been a big challenge for us here. But I was like, okay, well, we could do a virtual activity. And then the park reached out back to me and said, hey, wait a minute, I've got a Girl Scout troop that wants to go and take these spots to go out on a hike, and they'll limit themselves to 10 people only, which is within our limits for being able to do anything in person. And it was like, hey, that's great. So we worked that all out, and we did our, in fact, the park personnel who normally are there to run their visitor center and let us in to use the bathrooms and things, because of COVID, they wouldn't, and numbered limitations, they didn't even show up. It was just us. So, but what we did was right at sunset, we had about 10-degree angle of Jupiter, Saturn. So we did, looking through the eyepiece, took the risk of, letting the kids take a look at Jupiter and Saturn and the moon and Mars and all that through the telescopes. And then what we do, and normally we do the observing through the telescope at the end of the hike, but because of the conjunction, we wanted to see that because we weren't going to see it again. If we went on our hike and came back, it would be already set. So, but then what we do is we go on a 2.8 mile hike, which is a figure 8 trail through the park. And that gives us so many different opportunities. We stop along the way and we talk about the solstice, because it was solstice and great conjunction. And we talk about how the rocks of the park that, are sticking up out of the ground are formed in about the same length of time that it took us to take one orbit around the Milky Way galaxy. And we'll talk about the local Indian cultures and how they perceived solstice and equinox, and why we have the seasons and why the seasons change, all the stuff about why the stars change and why we have the change of seasons, and go through that. And we just make 3 or 4 stops on our hike along the way and just hit those little points. And then do a green laser pointer tour of the night sky. And as we're walking, since there's no lights in the park whatsoever, it's all a natural park. And because we're using red light flashlights, now their eyes are adapted to the darkness. And so we can talk light adaptation, and you can see the light pollution that's coming from the city, because we're right next to the city. So there's a lot of light pollution. We're missing a lot of the stars that we can see if we go just a little ways outside of town. And so, and we'll encourage them, hey, you just did this activity. After this, on another night that's clear, go to another, up into the mountains somewhere 30 miles away, get outside of the light bubble of town of Colorado Springs, and see that all the additional stars that you're able to see. So, and so we complete the hike, and then we just do a few minutes of observing through our telescopes. And on December 21st, I couldn't let him go home, even though we started pretty early, and it's taken a little while for things to come up. I couldn't let him go home until Orion was up high enough we could see Orion Nebula, and I could show them. Another thing I like to do with crowds is to show them the Orion Nebula plane with no filter at all, and then add an Orion an O3 filter, so that they could then see how the addition of a oxygen filter or an ultra high contrast filter works as well, how that makes a difference in making our observations of these objects. So anyway, that was my one Girl Scout activity. I know the kids were really excited about it. One of the girls got out their telescope the next day and was getting it set up to be able to go and observe again, because we still have Jupiter and Saturn there for next. We only had one more clear night before we had snow come in, but they were able to get out and start getting into observing, and And now they're going to be getting involved in working on their space science badges. These are older girls at the researcher and expert levels for their Girl Scout badges. But so we're talking right now about working out what can we do on Zoom on these activities. Do we need to go and meet, someplace? We don't have an observatory here in Colorado Springs either. So I have about a 10,000 square mile geographic area that we cover if somebody asks for us to do something with them. And we could, depending on, how things go with COVID, we can get into reserving like maker spaces in the libraries and things like that, where we can get together and do some of those activities on hand. But that's our biggest challenge, is finding a place to go to do those hands-on activities versus the ones we always do, which are the, looking through the telescope activities. And we're also looking into, as much as we can, with the using the cameras and the monitor screens to be able to remotely, look at the stars besides the sun. I do that all the time, but doing the night photography that's longer duration that we can put on a monitor up on a projector screen, that we could still do safe social distancing, green laser pointer tours of the Milky Way and talk the star stories, of the different cultures and so on and so forth. All we can do that safely, by social distancing and mask wear and, frequent hand washing and all that good stuff like that. There's a lot we can do in outreach, even in these COVID times. And that's kind of been a lesson for us too, and for everybody, I think, across the country. And okay, we can't do in-person outreach, or we can't do these large groups of where 1,000 or 2,000 people come to our event and are all packed together. But we could do one-on-one events, or, I did a bunch of those in the last several months where somebody contacted me and they said, hey, I've got this telescope and because of COVID, I'm really bored and I want to get it out and use it, but I don't know anything about it. Can you help me? And I would do one-on-ones with those families. I had one family on Halloween, that instead of going trick-or-treating and being put at risk by going to people's houses, they wanted to look at the stars. And they had a telescope, a pretty decent telescope, but didn't know how to use it. So I went out to their house outside. We set up their telescope. I set up my telescope next to them. And after I showed them how to use their telescope and point it at different objects in the sky and get their finder scope set up with their telescope and so on, then I would point to an object with my telescope and then they would duplicate what I did. And then we'd repeat. Cool. And they had a really good time with that. And so now I've repeated that with a number of people. I'm not advertising that, so people online, don't call me. But we are doing, we're trying to help people that have new telescopes or that have old telescopes that they're getting out of their closets and want to use again, to get looking at the night sky and get involved in enjoying. And probably the biggest thing and biggest piece of advice that I give to anybody out there is practice, practice, practice. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but when you get out there, if you haven't been out there in a while, you're like, well, what is that star again? What is that? And so on. But if you're out there on a regular basis, it pretty soon becomes second nature to you. It's like doing scales on the piano or something. If you haven't done it for a while, it might be something. But if you're doing it every day or a couple of times a week anyway, it becomes second nature. So get out instead of watching a rerun of Friends or going to Tau Ceti 5 on a Star Trek rerun. Go outside and look for Tau Ceti.
Right?
And
that's really good advice.
There's a lot of opportunities that is clear outside. You just got to bundle up nice and warm and get out there and go look.
Yeah.
Get that practice. So that's what I have for you. So thanks for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's been such a pleasure having you here all night. I've been chatting back and forth with you, and I'm really glad that you joined us.
Well, and I am going to try to take up that challenge on setting up my telescope for observing the moon at one of your upcoming star parties. I don't know if Tuesday's going to work out weather-wise for us, but I use I use some CMOS astronomy specific cameras. I have color and black and white. I have a bunch of different ones that, I can hook up to any number of. For the moon, I probably use my 9 1/4 inch SCT and tracking mount, and put it up there and have live views of the moon at least, if nothing else.
Cool. That is so great. Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated. Very cool stuff you're doing, and I know the Girl Scouts are loving it. So I know that it's 9 o'clock my time, which means it's midnight on the East Coast, and I am really thrilled that there's anybody still listening, watching. Before we go, I just wanted to give a shout out to my friend Luana, who right when COVID started and everybody was like, oh, what are we going to do? We're never going to do outreach again. She took up the call and created the most amazing event. And I was thrilled to be any small part of it. And hi, Luana, can we hear you?
Hello.
Oh, good.
There she is.
Excellent. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the event that you held? Because it was kind of amazing.
Oh, thanks. Thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, so when the COVID hit and we all didn't know what to do, we were actually really excited about participating with the service learning program at City College. And I was also in touch with clubs in Chiapas, Mexico, and Itajaí in Brazil. And we kind of got together and decided to do this translation, this mutual translation and a presentation of the solar system through Zoom. And you were amazing and super open about this idea that none of us knew kind of how that was going to go. And it was just so much fun getting together and all the connection. Back then we didn't know anything about this whole Zoom world. We were all like, okay, how's this gonna work? How are we gonna do this? And it was just a lot of fun. And it felt like, friends after the whole webcast and like the live recording. It was just so much fun that we are still in touch, and we use neighborhood websites. We have the next door in San Francisco with 270 people that we're still doing outreach, and through WhatsApp groups, which is like a really good way of still stay connected with the two different countries. And so it's just a lot of fun getting everybody together.
It was one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of, and there was translation and sky stories, and were we looking at Orion? I think there were a couple of different constellations you were looking at.
Yeah.
And
we used the same presentation that we had ready at City College that we used to do in person, and we just translated in Spanish and Portuguese, and we had members from out of the US participating with us in the translation.
But not just translating, because you had to turn it upside down too. I mean, it was really
so we
cool
had to do all of that.
Orion and what it looked like from the southern hemisphere, and so it was.
Yeah,
it was
and then
really
different
lovely.
myths, right? I couldn't remember a word in Portuguese live. It was so funny. It was a lot of fun, but like really mind-bending for sure.
Yeah, it was great. And it was San Francisco City College, and then some universities in Mexico and in Brazil. So it was a lovely, lovely event. And I was so impressed that you just went right ahead and did it without, it was some of the first outreach that I had seen working like that in this period. So
thank you, Vivian. And thanks to you for holding this space for us. It was just like so much fun having it together, and we just made it happen.
It was a blast. So
thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody, Scott, especially you, just to share all of these stories and hear from everybody.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's really, there's so much happening around the world, I know, in astronomy outreach, and it's great to hear from this crew what can happen even in times when you think it's not a great time for outreach, maybe.
It's the best time.
It is. It's as good as any other. It's what we've got.
That's right. That's right. And we're learning all these new tools and everything. And when we can go back and do, in real life or person to person or whatever we want to call that, if you add these other tools and you're sharing it like that, you're not just sharing it with 100 or 500 or 1,000. You could share it with tens of thousands of people and all over the world to people that could never, ever get to your outreach event. So, I love what's happened. It's great to see all of these Night Sky Network clubs and organizations and individuals doing this amazing outreach work, so, and
Yeah,
doing it pretty inexpensively, so always leave it up to an amateur astronomer to figure out how to solve a problem and do it for almost next to nothing. So,
That's
right.
Always have our soldering irons around just in case.
Whatever. I think of John Dobson grinding mirrors out of ship's porthole glass with beach sand. So never, you never tell an amateur astronomer no. Yeah.
True that.
That's right. Okay,
Thanks,
so I'm really pleased to. It was an honor to have the Night Sky Network co-host this event. We have another event coming up tomorrow, which will be the Astronomical League Live 2 that will happen start at 6 o'clock Central Time, so it'd be 7 o'clock Eastern. And so there'll be Terry Mann will be co-hosting that. So she's been on like almost every day with our shows, which has been great. It was great to have you on earlier too to kind of help pump this up. And so really enjoyed it and looking forward to the next time we can do it. So.
Yeah, Libby, I'm so glad you joined us. I loved your presentation. Thanks for keeping us on our toes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to all of you.
Okay. All right. So
See you under the sky, the night sky.
Yeah. Thank you.
Night.
Have a good night.
Good night, doll.
Thank you. Bye.
Folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.